I have to talk to everybody, but would you be We're technically not a city.
Terrible.
No, it's horrible.
Good morning. I call this meeting to order at 9:02. Are we going through the process of the, okay. If you're able to join me, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hey, we have a roll call.
Johnson.
Present.
Kelly.
Here.
Mikulski.
Here.
Polika.
Here.
Leaks May.
Here. Approval of the agenda.
I move that we approve the agenda as presented.
Support.
Polika.
Yes.
Kelly.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Mikulski.
Yes.
Leaks May.
Yes. All right, so this morning we are going over the city council budget priorities and workshops. And I believe, I don't know who's starting. Would it be you, the city manager?
I will kick us off this morning very
Okay.
quickly. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Thank you to our department heads for giving up a Saturday. I'll invite James up to do a quick introduction, and then we'll kind of roll into the full agenda, look at our millage forecast, the regional outlook, and then start getting into the individual budget discussions. I do have 3 separate blocks of time dedicated for discussion so that we don't have to save all of our questions for the end. But we'll talk a little bit more about that when we discuss the agenda.
All right.
All right, thank you. Good morning, everybody. With everybody in the same room at this time of year, it's a good opportunity for us to just visit with our mission, vision, values, strategic priorities again. So just for everybody, you know, our mission, this is who we are and what we do, right? We're stewards of progress, anticipating needs, engaged with our community, serving with excellence. Our vision, right? Where we want to go. We want Ferndale to become the benchmark for a modern community that embraces the richness of diversity and brings inclusive hospitality to life. We're talking customer service there, aren't we? From this, we have our core values, our 4 I's. We are inspired to inspire and be inspired. Coach one another because you have a genuine interest in helping each other succeed. We have integrity, doing the right thing when no one is looking, leading by example. It is being honest, fair, and ethical in all our relationships. Inclusiveness, embracing the belief that everyone has a unique perspective and that the city is stronger when we all contribute. Innovative, approaching all situations with an open mind to capitalize on opportunities. From these, over the years, we've come up with our critical success factors, our 8 focus areas that we identified during our strategic plan. All of the council priorities, all of the department projects and priorities end up falling within these. So economic prosperity, safe, protected, engaged community, supported infrastructure, accessible transportation, strong regional partnerships, organizational and financial excellence, healthy, connected, invested neighborhoods, climate adaptation and resiliency. And I think it's important that we take a few minutes and look at these as we get going on our budget, our major policy document for the year that we'll go through and be funding the projects and programs that help us achieve these critical success factors. So with that, Colleen's going to go ahead and give us an overview.
Do you mind manning the slides for me, then? We don't have a clicker, I assume. Add buying a clicker to the budget. So right now, we're at that light blue step in the process, which means that the budget is still very much in a draft phase. This is intended to be a conversation today about what the council's priorities are. What is recommended right now is coming from our department heads, from my office, from James, in terms of, what we believe can be afforded given the revenues we're expecting in the year ahead. But certainly, we anticipate changes between now and the first reading at April 14th, and certainly changes before that final adoption, April 28th. Next slide. Our objective today is really to introduce council to that draft budget We've tried to organize the budget presentation this year to flow in numerical order so that you can follow along with the general ledger as well, coding the various departments to the line item funds that they reference. And we have, as I mentioned, built in 3 separate discussion points and a break today for lunch. But hopefully, we should be nearing conclusion by 4 p.m. Next slide. So looking at our millage and regional outlook. Next slide. The arrow indicates the column for the proposed fiscal year end 26 city operating millages. The total millage rate levied for city purposes over the last several years has been decreasing pretty steadily. In fact, since 2022, the overall millage rate is anticipated to be reduced by about 12% for the fiscal year end 26 budget. For fiscal year end 26 specifically, this represents a year-over-year decrease of about 0.2347 mil for total city property-related millages. The decrease reflected in the operating millage is, of course, a partial reflection of a Headley rollback, as you can see from the operating millage line decreasing. Next slide. For its city operating millages, though, Ferndale sits pretty squarely in the lower half of the pack for city-related taxes regionally at 2.4372 mils in 2024. 2024. The reason, of course, we use 2024 is that's actually the most recently known and finalized rate. The 2025 rates are being set now, and the 2026 rates are projected. Represented by the green line on that chart, you can see that we comparatively levy fewer mills than Hazel Park, Huntington Woods, Madison Heights, Oak Park, and Southfield. Next slide. But it's important to understand that a mill isn't the same in every community. So it's not always apples to apples to say that one community levies more or less than another. Since the baseline costs for certain services don't change as much, the minimum cost of doing business, so to speak, that often means that smaller communities have to levy a higher tax base to meet the minimum threshold for service needs. Thankfully, Ferndale is in a fairly healthy tax base situation and is trending above the median point regionally for the value of 1 mil. Next slide. So the following slide shows these community total tax bases in more detail. Specifically, it distinguishes between the assessed value and total taxable value in each community. The distinction comes into play when we start talking about the impact of Headley and Proposal A on the municipal funding gap. Next slide. And that's what I want to really focus on here. So the property tax limitation that is put in place by the Headley Amendment requires that if the assessed value of a local tax unit's total tax base increases by more than the rate of inflation, the maximum millage rate must be reduced. That's what we refer to as a Headley rollback. In that case, the local unit's total tax capture would end up exceeding the same gross revenue as the prior year, adjusted for inflation and excluding any new construction. This is something that the city of Ferndale has been subject to for the last several years now. And it's the reason that a voted millage becomes necessary in so many communities like ours. Proposal A took that step further and restricted the allowable revenue limit to the lesser of inflation or 5%, and only allows for taxable value of a property to increase when that property is sold or transferred. That's what we refer to as on-capping. So Headley and Proposal A together really combine to divest local units from collecting on the full assessed value of properties. And the assessed value is pretty closely aligned with the market value at a 50% reduction. While this helps to keep property taxes normalized for property owners year over year, it puts a downward pressure on municipal budgets. And in an increasing inflation environment means that it's nearly impossible to keep up. This is especially pronounced in the housing market, where according to the Federal Housing Finance Agency, since 2012, the Detroit metropolitan statistical area, of which we are a part, has seen housing prices increase 202%. That vastly outpaces the 83% increase the city has seen in that same time frame to its overall taxable value. If the city's ability to levy taxes had even just kept up with assessed value during that time, 1 mil would now generate $489,939. In this past tax year, 2024, that would have meant about a $5.5 million increase to our tax revenue, which in other words would have wholly negated the need for any sort of separate override millage. I stop here just to highlight why that exists, and this is something we'll get into in future slides when we start talking about our millage request to residents. But this is a very real situation for every municipality in Michigan to address, and everyone has slightly different ways of how they handle it. Next slide. So looking at how to manage funding that gap, really, because of the laws in Michigan, again, municipalities have kind of three options that they can consider when looking for ways to pursue a bridge across that funding gap. Either they pursue new development to varying degrees of aggressiveness. Either, you have some communities that are very pro-development and will fill that gap time and time again with new growth. That can obviously be very challenging in a built environment like Ferndale. And there's, of course, the community interest to consider, concerns related to density or changes in community character. You can reduce the scope of municipal services by cutting specific activities. The problem there, of course, being that the further you restrict services, the more you reduce quality of life, the quality of place, and ultimately property values, kind of creating a downward spiral trend of losses that is more difficult to recover from. And then, of course, local units can seek a Headley override millage or some sort of other dedicated millage to fund that gap. In November of 2024, the city sought a millage override that would have fully compensated for that gap with a millage-based strategy alone. Residents made their voices heard. The city is still left to answer the question, though, of how to fill that operational gap. And the real art of municipal finance comes when you connect with the community on what that balance is. Ferndale has made it very clear an exclusively Headley-only strategy is not for it. So it's incumbent upon us now to identify what is the right balance. What we're looking at in the future and what residents will be asked to consider May 6th is a more balanced strategy, looking at Headley override to help reset us and keep us at least on the current trajectory of operating revenues, but with a balanced interest in being mindful of where we can save money within our municipal portfolio and being reasonable about our growth strategies. Next slide. So of course, property taxes are not the only source of revenue, but they are the most significant. This budget year slide shows how our both property taxes and the voted property tax have changed over time. And then, of course, into 2027, we see a drop off. At this point, we're not projecting those revenues, though we're certainly hopeful that we can fill that gap in some way. Next slide. For the city's general fund, the fund which encompasses the majority of municipal operations, including all public safety activities, property taxes and the voted millage account for about 51% of all revenue. Next largest sources are state revenue sharing and fees and charges. There's a few different buckets of money here to consider, but the important thing to recognize when looking at revenue sources is how they can be used. So next slide. Not every source of funding has the same flexibility to it. Certainly property taxes, the override millage, and revenue sharing are among the more flexible, meaning they can be used for general operations, staffing, any public programs, whereas different rate structures, licensing fees, and ultimately bonds, Act 51 funds, and grant dollars become more restrictive depending on what their source is. So it's not sufficient to say, well, 49% of the city's budget is other sources. Couldn't those just be repurposed for public safety funds? No, in many cases, they cannot be. They have a very specific use that we need to identify within the general fund for those purposes. Next slide. Now that everyone's enjoyed that primer on Headley and Proposal A and millage rates, I want to look more specifically at our general fund outlook. So, same slide as before, a breakdown of general fund revenues with a bit more detail here about how much dollar-wise is in each of those buckets. We're forecasting a total revenue for fiscal year 26 at roughly $30.9 million. I will note that some of the numbers on the slide are just slightly out of date because we had a quick update to account for the Martin Road Rec Facility HUD financing. So the grant section will actually increase slightly to about $2 million, but I'm sure Director Wheeler will get to that when we talk about Parks and Rec. Next slide. On the revenue side, or on the expenditure side, we are proposing a balanced budget at this point for the general fund. The majority of cost within our expenditures for general fund operations is related to the civil services workforce. Of course, in municipal government, as in most service-based organizations, people are our product. We don't make a physical widget. We provide direct services like police services, firefighting, recreation program, court services, and a whole myriad of other public-oriented programming. So 64% of costs going to personnel programming may seem like a high number, but viewed another way, we spend 64% of our total budget on the day-to-day services that residents expect from us. So providing that full suite of municipal services designed to improve resident quality of life, safety, and provide for basic needs. On the remaining share of expenses, capital projects, fleet, and debt services on past capital projects make up the next largest share of expenses. This is tied directly to the need to ensure adequate operation of public facilities, assets, and equipments that are related to those service-oriented operations. From there, it's general overhead, things like software licensing, subscription services, print costs, et cetera. And then contractual services, which includes legal, IT, and our liability insurance. And then in smaller percentages, just 1% apiece for maintenance and interfund transfers. Next slide. Since labor costs make up such a large share of the expenses, we also wanted to show how they're broken down by service area. For the fiscal year end budget 2026, 72% of all labor costs are directly associated with public safety services, that being police and fire. The other sections are largely self-explanatory, but for reference, the general administration portion includes all other labor costs that are not directly covered by one of these service areas. So city council, city administration, finance, clerks, elections, sustainability, special events, all that falls into the general administration bucket. Important to note, these labor costs include both active employees and retiree costs. So when we talk about labor costs, we look at wages, we look at all the fringe, we look at retiree costs, everything all in one bucket. Next slide.
Sorry, just for clarity too, some of these positions too, when people say, well, you just need to cut staff, some of these positions by law are required. For example, we can't just get rid of a city clerk because by law we are required to have a city clerk.
Yes, and I would say by your charter as well. So there's state statute as well as the city's own charter, which identifies certain positions that we
I have a question as well. So in the labor cost area, and this may be a you, it may be a Phil, maybe a James question, how has our fringe changed? So are we reevaluating our fringe rate each year based on primarily hospitalization costs, health insurance costs? But, how has our fringe been changing? Because I can tell you from experience, fringe has been changing quite a bit. For employees in governments because of that pressure on the healthcare component of fringe. And I'm just wondering, are we seeing any particular pressure on that for us?
So good news, this year, those costs are going down because historically the city had been on a different payment plan with Blue Cross Blue Shield. The city of Ferndale has a self-funded health insurance plan The way that the payment structure worked, we were basically having to overpay Blue Cross Blue Shield every year. They had the pleasure of holding that money and certainly, I'm sure, earning interest on it. Since then, thank you to our HR department, we've been able to move to a weekly payment schedule that is just actual costs. And those costs are significantly lower. We are currently operating at a credit. I don't know if you have the number off the top of your head, Phil or JG, but I believe we still have like 600,000 plus in that, in that credit currently. So for fiscal year end 25, while the projections are still showing high, once we revise those down by the next budget discussion, you'll actively see that change. And we just had the renewal conversation. The cost on the active employee healthcare side, I would say, is very manageable. We're in that 3 to 5% range. The cost on the retiree side is up a little bit, but we'll have a slide later where we'll talk about how we're still dramatically down overall thanks to that change to the Medicaid Advantage plan instead of a traditional retiree plan. Anyone have any extra comments on that they want to share? Okay. Okay. Oh, it's the next slide. So this is the slide I was discussing about retiree healthcare costs. So we have been extremely mindful of how the city spends money, especially related to retiree healthcare costs, which can be a very sizable portion of expenses inside of a department budget. And it's one of those areas where often department heads have no discretion, so we can't ask them to find a way to save on that. That's really on the administration and HR to do that work. And HR has. This is what they have delivered over the last few years. As you can see in red, that is the traditional cost of what the city would have been paying had it stayed on its then existing system. Gray is the new cost now for the Medicaid Advantage plans, Medicare Advantage plan, and then green is the savings. So the savings you can see is quite substantial. In fiscal year end 25, where we're sitting in, we're talking about over $1 million. And then probably just under about 700,000 for fiscal year end 26 in savings.
I'm so sorry. I do have a question because you said something that kind of was interesting to me, and I've been curious about this since I was elected. But so the budget for retiree healthcare is budgeted in each department's budget. There isn't like a centralized, let's call it a non-departmental function that would cover this.
No, it appears the city accounts for that within each individual department budget. I have seen it set up differently in other communities, like a fringe benefits account specifically, but at this point, for this budget, it's shown within each department.
So we're treating retiree healthcare as part of the fringe budget for a
It's got its own line item, but yes,
Right, it's a line
essentially,
item of the
yep.
fringe. Interesting. Okay.
Okay, next slide. So that's the good news, the cost-saving side of thing. The not-so-great news is that we continue to experience significant economic pressure related to labor costs and wages. The city of Ferndale is behind in most categories compared to its neighbors for wages. The standard city increase is about 2% per year. That is what is projected in fiscal year end 26 for all non-union administrative staff. But as you can see from these rates, that has fallen behind both the national average across all employers and behind the Bureau of Labor Statistics inflation rates for labor. Next slide. We do have 5 of our units coming up for renewal that will impact the fiscal year end 26 budget. We have done our best to be conservative about those numbers. So those are certainly still subject to change as we go through the negotiation process. It may even necessitate amendments of the budget very shortly after adoption just because of the timing of things. Once we know what the rate increases are going to look like and other requests from the bargaining units. But I do want to note, 80% of the city's total workforce is union. So these 5 contracts coming up are going to have a significant impact on our overall budget.
Have we begun bargaining yet, or?
Conversations began the first week of April. Okay, next slide. So as I alluded to earlier in the presentation, municipal expenditures are not immune to inflationary trends. This is a slide of the overall consumer price index. It's a benchmark against consumer goods. As you can see, in categories that would be, I guess, related to our operations, generally commodities and services, that trend is remaining stubbornly high compared to its prior 10-year trend. That, combined with labor pressure, is where we're starting to see spiking expenses again, and that creates a very constricted budgeting environment. So, next slide. Before we dive into general fund, you guys have done a great job of just kind of chiming in with questions, but is there any other questions from council on overall regional trends or our millage rate?
I do, regarding the postcard that's going out or has gone out, I don't know if it's gone out yet. I've seen a couple questions regarding a little bit of confusion regarding that one portion of the card that indicates a 1 mil increase over over what we're asking. So can that kind of be explained? Because I just don't want any confusion like the last, people waiting to the last minute to let us know that they're confused. So
Could you go back to the slide on our millage rates, please? So in 2025, the city, the voter approved a millage rate that was approximately 5.44.
5.4452.
2015, 442, 5.442. Since that time, that rate has been subject year over year to a Headley rollback, to the point where in fiscal year 24, our fiscal year 25, tax year 24, it was 4.2808. That's the difference we're talking about. So it will feel like an effective, or do we use the 24 rate?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. It will feel like an effective increase because that number will go up. If, for example, at the time in 2015, we had adopted a 20-year window for this, it would probably be, 1.10 something by 2026. Instead, we're resetting it back to the 2025 rate, and it will continue to 2015. Oh my gosh, I just want to go back 10 years in time, and do it all right again. When I was 18 years old. If we had continued that trend, you'd see it going down further. Once we adopt the 5.442 rate again, it will also be subject to Headley rollbacks. And so residents will see that decrease over time during the 10-year period that it's active too. But for that first initial year, we want to be very upfront with residents. It will feel like an increase. And that's where we talk about what that increase actually means. So that 1.16-ish increase, that's where it's, we're showing that range of, it'll be about $75 to $175 per year, depending on the taxable value of your home. Does that help provide context?
it does for me, but
Yeah.
But I can add a little bit more to make it even more confusing. But we will not be able to levy that additional millage until fiscal year 27, tax year 26. That voted on millage will be subject to a rollback going into that fiscal year, as well as our charter millage. So in essence, we can't, right, we're looking at a moving target, but we wanted to give voters the opportunity to see exactly what they're voting on.
Yeah, so it's entirely likely, you're right, this is going to confuse it even further. It's entirely likely that 1.16 increase will actually be rolled back such that it's less than a mil overall. But we can't project that exactly, and again, we want to be as frank with residents as possible. So, worst case scenario, it is going to feel like a 1.16 mil increase.
Well, and there's one other portion that you haven't been discussing, and that's the increase in the taxable value. So even though the tax rate may go down, if the taxable value goes up, then the calculation is kind of not reset, but it's going to be a different calculation. So like you say, James, it's a moving target. We can only give you an estimate, but it's pretty safe to say that if it's passed, you're not going to see you're going to see less than a 2% increase in your overall tax bill.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fairly accurate statement.
Yeah.
Either way, we're talking about, related specifically to that millage, a $5 to $15 a month cost. Any other questions on what we've discussed so far? Okay, next slide. So how does the city evaluate its programming and funding goals? Well, over the past few years, the city has done a great job of developing strategic plans. It's used priority-based budgeting techniques to assign funding and staff to resources based on community values. And it's looked at how personnel requests and filling vacancies are considered both in succession planning and the service level needs of the community at the time. That's why you'll see sometimes the city will allow a position to remain vacant or, may be more or less active about filling a vacancy. We do try to be responsive to community level service needs. Next slide. This slide represents the actual projected and forecasted revenues and expenditures for the general fund between 2023 and 2027. As you can see for the 2026 budget, we are very closely balanced, but there were cuts and deferred capital activities that needed to occur to make that happen. And that's something that we will discuss with the department heads here today and be looking to council to provide feedback on in terms of what our priorities are and whether those recommendations are what we want to pursue. Next slide. For the remainder of our discussion on the general fund budget, we'll largely focus on general fund expenditures by service area. I explained a little bit already, but we kind of broke the general government activities or general admin activities out into all of those smaller departments. Those are summarized here. Next slide. And then from there, the other major service areas are city communications, information technology, district court, police, fire. Next slide. Public Works, Community and Economic Development, and Parks and Recreation. And now I'd like to pass it back off to James to talk about expenditures.
Yeah, so the first grouping that we're going to pull out is what we're calling the general government. So this is city council, city administration, finance, clerks and elections, legal services, human resources, sustainability, and special events. A couple major highlights over the last year for these groups. Transition is kind of the theme, right? Property taxes are going to be subjected to transition into another rollback. We're anticipating a 0.2 roughly reduction, although the overall tax base is trending positive. As I mentioned, major transitions. Even with that, our finance department went through some pretty good transitions over the year, but they still were able to maintain a clean audit, and they're going to give you a little more information in a minute. HR is really active this year with those transitions, continuing their culture-based recruitment, focusing on our core values and their wonderful open house programs for the initial screening of candidates. In special events, a special events updated policy was just presented to you guys. And then, of course, the transition in city manager with Colleen beginning on March 10th. So looking at the trends, overall we've been fairly stable with expenditures in the general government. You'll see a little bit of an increase here in this last fiscal year, a couple more elections than we probably would have liked, which pushed some of the increases up, also some other programs. But, in the next couple of years, we're looking at maintaining, a pretty consistent $3.1 to $3.3 million for these services. So give Phil an opportunity here to come up and talk about the Budget and Finance Department?
James, before Phil comes up, could
yeah.
you go back one slide?
Sure.
One more, sorry. The legal services, how many legal contractors do we use on a regular basis?
On a regular basis, we've got, Dan Christ's firm, and then John Rabin for labor attorney.
Okay.
Unless I'm missing anybody else. Yeah, bond counsel, Miller Canfield when we do bonds, but that would be it. But that would be through the insurance.
What would be helpful for council would be just kind of a short synopsis of who all we're using, what we're using them for, basic head count, and what that price tag looks like.
Okay.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Just to give you a quick overview of kind of what we number crunchers do upstairs. We are basically the face that most people see when they come to City Hall. My staff are the ones that actually man the front counter. We deal with everything from property tax administration to dog licenses. Anything that you have as far as business with the city would either be my department, and then to a lesser extent, the CD department also deals with people at the front desk. We also are responsible for the water billing. And so, as James mentioned earlier, we've had some transition, we've had some hiccups over the last year or whatever. But most of our staff are less than a year here in City of Ferndale. And so we are definitely on a learning curve. We're getting everybody up to speed. We do have the advantage of having a couple of tenured staff, specifically in our tax administration area. Rich Shearhart is our point person for, or our subject matter expert when it comes to tax administration questions and answers. But he also has pretty good backups in myself and Jamie, because we also are very versed in tax administration. Most of the questions that we see from residents are related to those first two bullets, which are the property tax as well as the water billing. Our water billing, we average over 100 calls a day, which keeps our clerk pretty busy. And on the tax side, it's a little less, but it's a little more increased around this time of year. And so anything, like I said, anything that folks need, they will get from that front service counter. The staff is made up of myself as the director, Jamie Steele, who is our finance manager. She pretty much runs the day-to-day while I run around and put out all the fires. We also have an administrative accountant who's been very helpful as far as both internal and externally dealing with other departments with interdepartmental billing, as well as dealing with some of the external folks such as Curling Club or NQBs, as far as that billing is concerned. She stays on top of that, and she stays on top of me to make sure that I stay on point. We also have, as I mentioned, Richard, his title is accountant, but he's really, like I said, our resident tax specialist. And then we have two customer service reps that pretty much man the front counter. One of those service reps is responsible for utility billing. The other one is basically our AP person, and again, our front counter main person. A couple of things that we've accomplished over the last year or so. We did a very painful transition to the uniform chart of accounts that happened over the last year. We also implemented a quarterly budget review process. What this does is it kind of forces the directors to take a look at their financial activity on a quarterly basis as opposed to year end. This was something that wasn't in place prior to my arrival, and it's one of the things I thought that I've used other places that I thought would be a very good practice to implement here. Also, since that time, we have reduced our dependence on our financial consultants by over 20%. That was one of the things that I was tasked with when I got here, and so we have done that. And so eventually I want to wean myself away from them, but based on capacity, there may always be a need to have that external consultant to take on some of the bigger projects and some of the bigger tasks that we have. We are currently coming towards the end of updating all of the financial policies and procedures. This is a project that we've taken on with Plant Moran. We should have a draft from them over the next couple of weeks to review. At that time, I'll be sharing it with Colleen and James and then some of the department directors for their feedback, because we want to implement something that is going to not just be the policy, but would be the way of life that we live by. That policy has not been updated since 2011, and so this is a major overhaul. And just a little cherry on top, I did a quick look at our interaction activity as far as how many people come to the front counter, and we do service over 25,000 people annually. And so, and that is something that I do pride myself on, because everybody that comes to City Hall is not happy. And so one of the things that we have to do is kind of provide that service with empathy. And our entire team just recently went through an updated training on customer service for that reason alone, because we are anticipating getting a lot of questions the closer we get to election. And so we want to be able to field those questions as best as possible with the most accurate information. That kind of concludes what our snapshot is. Are there any questions about the finance department?
Quick question. External financial services, what sorts of things were they used for, and what is the dollar value associated with that 20% reduction over the last 4 years?
Okay, they were primarily like the water sanitation study we did, some of the other, like I said, larger analysis projects. They also help us with audit prep. And again, pretty much based on capacity, because when it comes to doing a year-end reconciliations and things of that nature, it's myself and Jamie, and that's it. And that's simply, there's not enough people to actually get all the work done that needs to be done at the end of the year. From a cost standpoint, when I got here, it was actually hovering around $200,000. And so over the last year or two, we've been roughly under about 120, 130. And so my intention is to keep that trend going in the downward direction.
You said 121?
120, between 120 and 130. I can get you the exact number. I'll pull it up.
So one other question. Of these 6 staff members, are any of them contract employees, or are they all full-time W-2 employees?
They're all full-time W-2, ma'am. Any other questions, comments? Thank you, guys.
All right, good morning. Just to go over it for the city clerk, and then we'll move on to elections after this. The city clerk's budget comes out of the 215 account, and then this elections comes out of 262. So from the city clerk's account, we have 2 full-time staff, myself, the city clerk, as well as Dave Mobile, our deputy city clerk. Just regarding some major accomplishments that we're either have been going through or have gone through in the city clerk world of things and not the elections part of things. The body decorating and massage licensing process development, we've been actively looking at this. We met with the police department, fire department, city attorney, as well as the CED department to try to get this process improved. Essentially, we have people who are coming into the community who are opening massage establishments or, like body decorating, which should be piercings and tattoos, and not submitting a zoning determination request. And when those happen and we don't know about them, we're not sort of collecting the revenue to make sure that those individuals are getting inspected and all that. So we are planning on having this fully implemented in June in the anticipation that the inspections will begin in August, and then we'll be able to start issuing licenses for the full year beginning in 2026. And then city proclamations, resolutions, this doesn't really impact the budget much, but I know Councilman Pollock requested this information, so we are actively putting all city resolutions and proclamations on our Municode website. Randy, who's technically paid out of our elections department, is actively putting these into the Municode. So you'll start seeing those. You can see them now, actually, but they're not all uploaded yet because there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them, so he's actively building that database. And then Granicus Employee Manual Development, we have been working a lot on the Granicus Employee Manual to make sure that all new city employees know how to sort of develop their processes within Granicus if they're a staff liaison, they know how to create a meeting, they know how to add agenda items, they know how to publish the agenda and all that. We do want to try to get uniform processes and procedures across all of our boards and commissions. So that is something else that we are actively working on right now. When it comes to elections, as I mentioned, Randy Horn is our election specialist. He is the only person who is paid fully out of our elections budget, besides our election workers, of course. And then, so just coming up in the next fiscal year, we only have one election currently scheduled, which will be November 2025, unless for some reason we do have a May 2026 election, which is not currently scheduled. There will be some expenses in this next fiscal year that are sort of, will be expensed this coming fiscal year for the August 2026 election, just, purchasing envelopes, secrecy sleeves and all that. We do try to always use our secrecy sleeves. A lot of folks don't know that. So once we send ballots out to individuals, those ballot secrecy sleeves that are sent back to us inside your ballot envelopes, we actually look through them and pull out any that have writing on them, but we do reuse them over and over and over again. So a lot of folks are surprised to hear that. As far as major accomplishments, we administered or administering 3 elections in fiscal year 2025. That includes the August 24 election, the presidential November election, as well as the May 2025 election. So it'll be a little bit less work for us this coming year when it comes to elections, and a lot of opportunities for us to improve our processes. The big thing that we did this year, as you all supported us with, was consolidating our precincts from 9 to 6. As we mentioned before, this will be a large cost saving for us. This will require us to purchase less equipment in the future. It requires us to hire a lot fewer election employees for every single election. And so we've already seen the impacts of this a lot, so we're really satisfied and happy with how much we are saving our taxpayers here. And then we did implement a miniature absentee voter counting board, as Councilman Polika has been involved in since the start, so that's also been a great help for us as well. And then finally, revamped our elections manual for the receiving board, which we'll implement from May. It's hopefully going to improve the process better. Our election workers really get out for the night a little bit earlier. If they get out a little bit earlier, then we're saving the city even a little bit more money. So kind of all those things that we're always keeping in mind. Any questions about elections or city clerk's office?
Could you remind me how much we were saving with the consolidated precincts?
Ooh, I do not have that number handy right now. I'm going to look that up for you and provide it to you shortly, but yeah, I'll provide it to you shortly.
I think it's in the agenda item, on the agenda when we adopted that.
It was. Yep.
Safe to say it's about a third of the cost.
Just can't remember which meeting it was.
All right, so it's my turn again to talk about now the City Communications Department. And for this, I wanted to, again, I'm hammering on mission statements. The Communications Department mission statement is to educate and inform all audiences, which includes residents, business owners, employees, visitors, city council, and city staff through communications that are authentic, inclusive, transparent, timely, and necessary by providing things like customer service, social media management, digital comms, print comms, crisis communication, journalism, internal comms, policies and standards, community engagement, photo and video, and then city council support. A lot of things that go into the comms department, a lot of it's behind the scenes. There are currently 2 budgeted full-time staff in the department, a communications director, which is currently vacant, going back to the theme of transition, and then a communications specialist, Riley, who has been really doing a great job during this transition. Over the last year, there's been significant increase in community engagement with the city's social media accounts. The city's social media accounts have done over 200 posts in the last 12 months. Between Facebook and Instagram, there's been over 780,000 views between March of last year and March of this year. Over 24,000 interactions. These are likes, shares, all of that on Facebook and Instagram. 54.6% increase in Facebook page visits, 22% increase in Instagram page visits. What does all this mean, right? This means increasing the reach of these pages so that when there is an issue, not if there is an issue, but when there is an issue, a snow emergency, some sort of issue with the train, some sort of public health, public safety issue, we can reach more people in more varied ways. That's the point behind the social media, is to be able to grow that reach. This ending the 4th year of the city newsletter, the most recent edition is going to be edition 16. And then the comms department is entering the 3rd year of the city's civic engagement program, Fern and Learn. A lot of good stuff happening. Over the last couple years, The trends are continuing down as far as the comms department's impact on the general fund. Some of this is because of the comms department being charged for services in the other funds as well, so the administrative chargebacks. But looking at the coming budget year, the impact of the general fund is under $150,000, and that's going to be within that range over the next couple of years.
Through the chair. Can you go into a little more detail of what that $48,000 difference is? 'Cause that's substantial.
It is substantial. Some of it is going to be tied to reduction in and consolidation of some of the software we're using. Not a significant amount, but some of it. Some of it is tied to, I believe, changes in the administrative chargeback that's coming.
What does that mean?
I'm going to look to Phil to better explain the administrative chargeback.
I don't think it's on. I don't think it's on. Well, the audience isn't going to be able to hear you.
Okay. I hope everybody can hear me now. The administrative chargeback is based on not central, but city service agents, departments that actually provide services to the enterprise funds. So like if water or parking have to get announcements out about rates or anything like that, or any other communication, and it's not just communication, it's a piece of finance, it's a piece of city manager's office, several city hall departments that support the enterprise agencies, that general fund allocation is what we use to charge. That's what he was referring to as a chargeback. That cost is allocated on an annual basis to each of those enterprise departments, and is based on a small piece of each city department based on an allocation percentage.
Okay, so for my simple brain, when the water department or the police department wanted to put out a special piece of communication, in the past, we were charging communications. Now we're redirecting those charges back to that department.
Right.
So we really haven't reduced it, we've just
Reallocate.
moved the wooden nickels around.
Correct.
Okay, okay.
And in a lot of cases, that actually is a cost savings for the general fund because, again, it's service to the the enterprise agencies.
Exactly, because for like water, we could charge it to the water fund instead of
Charging it to
the
general
general fund.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah.
That answer your
Excellent.
question?
Nope. Excellent. Thank you.
Yes, the water fund, auto parking, sanitations, those DDA, those sorts of things.
And I will note, just for my colleagues' benefit, that this is something that I was emailing about with Phil and Colleen and James yesterday. Just as I was going through the proposed ledger, I just was noting that there were substantial increases in the general fund admin reimbursement, and Phil let me, you can.
Your mic's on now, Phil.
Oh, it's on now?
Yep.
I just want to get my steps in, I guess. So that general fund allocation had not been updated since FY21. This is kind of what I discussed in the email with Donnie. So what we did this year, because again, with this budget year, we wanted to take a look basically line by line at all activities, and that's when I noticed that it hadn't been updated. And so what the kind of basis that is based on is what each department that we're billing for, what their overall budget is, and then it's applied to a percentage that goes to the enterprise funds. And so because it had not been updated since 21, when I did the update this year, it was a significant jump.
So the difference for the communications department, for example, is about $42,400, support, offloading of costs of the general fund because we hadn't been updating it. We had basically been subsidizing these non-general funds with the general fund effectively by doing services for them but not getting paid back for it. So this is a really substantial update and it's exciting. It's very good. Very good.
Thank you.
Any other comms-based questions?
I have one. So on the previous slide, you had 2 full-time staff on there. Do we not have the police communications individual under city communications? Under police?
It's actually under the police department. The comms department and the police communications liaison work very closely together, but that is under the police department's budget. All right, so IT is coming up next.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. So let's get right into it. So looking at the service area snapshot from the previous year, so just calling out some statistics here. So 2,366 tickets were solved last year. We had a 98.8% customer satisfaction score for those tickets. And then the department is...
Through the chair, could you explain some of the details of those tickets? Like, are they asking like, I can't find the software, or, I lost a file and, where is it? Or is it something more serious?
No, those are great examples. It kind of varies, to some degree. Most of them are categorized in kind of a normal priority, which would be something like that. A higher priority item would be, if there was any sort of, malicious attempt or something that we need to investigate, that actually, default to like an urgent priority where we're jumping on it right away and trying to solve it. But most cases, it's just kind of general, hey, I need a HDMI cable for this particular hookup, or I'm having, issues with a slow computer, things like that. Yeah.
Thank you.
And that was specifically for city staff reaching out to you, correct?
Yep.
Over the last year, that 2,366 tickets.
Yep, correct. So we're pretty proud about the customer satisfaction score. There's a survey that goes out after every ticket that we solve, and so we treat that data very seriously. And if there's ever an instance where, we get an okay or a bad review, we're following up on that immediately to see what we could have done to improve. The department is comprised of 2 on-site embedded team members. They're in that back room right now, broadcasting the meeting. Myself as a virtual chief information officer. And then we also have a technical alignment manager that does audits on the environment and feeds that information to me to make recommendations. As well as, the rest of our team who can be pulled in for any other escalations that may need to be addressed. Looking at major accomplishments from this last year, something that I was very excited to get into was looking at the Everstream fiber contracts, looking at identifying some significant savings in those. So, about 5 years ago, we're coming up at the end of those contracts. There was an equipment lease deal included in that. And so what we've been evaluating is kind of the cost benefit of purchasing that equipment outright instead of continuing to pay that lease deal. What we're finding is that it's a very significant savings. And so we're still waiting on one additional quote for one of the contracts that expires in the spring, but we got one for one of the locations in the fall, and we're already seeing close to $100,000 over the 5-year term. So pretty excited about that one, and excited to get the next quote and add on to that number for the next 5 years. Another thing that we expanded throughout the last year was the parks access control. And I think, Jim had covered that in a previous presentation, the DPW director, that, that does result in a cost savings for overtime, paying DPW employees to go and lock up the bathrooms in the evenings. So it's about $4,500 per season in savings over the long term. What's great about these projects is they have a serviceable life of about 15 years for the actual equipment, so that's going to pay itself off in the long term. We did look at some redundant backup data that's being stored within the city file structure, and we were able to move some of that to the cloud, the SharePoint site, which makes it so that we're not backing it up frequently, and that resulted in a pretty significant savings annually. And then one of the things we looked at as part of the renewal of our agreement, which was in a previous council session, was adjusting our staffing model so that we're not here on Fridays. And so that brings the cost down to, or reduces it by $24,000 for this upcoming fiscal year. So we're really looking at everything we can to find cost savings, any sort of licensing that could be eliminated, or looking at if there's any redundancy in different services. Trying to eliminate those and make the budget as streamlined as possible.
Before you go to the trends, could I ask, now we know that there have been, well, can you share with us how many maybe catastrophes, IT related, that you prevented, maybe that could have affected the city in the past year? I just would like to know kind of those numbers?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. I think, so luckily, because of all these tools that we have in place that are protecting from many different angles, there hasn't been anything kind of like filtering through. I can pull an exact number of everything that those tools caught and share that. I don't have that data, ready to present today, but we have those, actively monitoring 24/7, looking for, items that could compromise. And if there is something found, which it's not very frequent, but I think the biggest thing is that we're filtering all of the emails coming in, and that's catching some malicious attempts. The tool that we use actually prevents people from being able to click on links that could lead them to a site that's malicious. So it flags a lot in that malicious category, and we'll say, if it looks, fishy. But some of them can be kind of false alarms, but it's better to be overcautious in that case. So I can pull the number. It's going to be a little bit higher than what you would see as like an actual threat, as something that would have had a severe impact.
I would love to see that if you could.
Yeah, I can pull that pretty easily.
A question before we move on to the next slide. The 2 on-site staff members, are they W-2 or contractors or billed under the MacroConnect agency?
They're billed directly from MacroConnect, or employed by us, yeah. So looking at the budget and specific expenses, so we're remaining pretty consistent between the 2 years, from 2025 to 2026. I know I think there's still some things that we need to factor in here with the Everstream savings. So, there's many factors at play with how, we can get out of those contracts or, renew. So we might end up seeing some of that savings in the next fiscal year. But overall remaining pretty consistent. We reduced that staff count, are reducing the Friday staffing, but we also, were able to kind of implement a new tool, which is going to be providing security for the cloud environment. And so that was something that we did add on as a part of that agreement as well. So overall, just remaining pretty, consistent in the budget numbers. But we are seeing kind of a little bit of a drop off, going forward. I think there's some bigger projects that we're trying to address in this upcoming fiscal year, and we'll get to that in just a minute. Just working on the timing of all that probably makes sense to get these addressed as soon as possible. So we'll dig into that in a second.
So just to get ahead of the question that we'll inevitably get from the public, we talked about savings in the IT environment and a lot of the improvements that we've made, but as you just noted, we're pretty consistent and flat. So am I correct in articulating it as we found savings, but we also brought on board a few new tools? And so in effect, we were held flat where we normally would have gone up the budget. So you're not seeing it go down, but you are seeing it hold flat because of this sort of net effect of some improvements offset by some savings.
Yeah, seeing it hold flat is a major win in this space because there's always new threats coming out and new tools that need to be implemented to protect against them. So, I mean, it's a war, right? I mean, there's constantly a new thing coming in that we need to worry about. And so that's kind of the battle, and why we're all on our team doing the research and figuring out what is the new threat and what do we need to do to get it in place and make sure it's remediated.
I will agree with you on that holding flat is a big win in some of our service areas. If we can hold flat fiscal year over fiscal year, that is fighting the inflationary pressures is itself a battle. So that's a win.
And I'll add too, some of that cost savings is going to make it possible for us to pursue capital outlays that have been delayed, which is really the next slide, such as the City Hall server upgrade, which is a really essential activity that cannot continue to be delayed if we want to meet our high security safety standards. So you'll note from fiscal year 25, which we're into 26, there is actually about an $80,000 increase to capital outlays. Otherwise, that would have reflected as a cost savings, but instead that cost savings is now making it possible for us to stop deferring our maintenance activities in this category.
Right.
Yeah, and then I'll just add on, our contract typically would have a 3-year annual increase, and we did waive that as a part of this renewal that we just approved in this the last council meeting.
Well, and also to add clarity, you know, this isn't just about, you know, protecting, you know, spam email and drawing a blank. But this is also affecting like the water services software protection, making sure that someone doesn't infiltrate our water system, and because all of that is based on software. A lot of our DPW equipment, all of that. So it's not just, you know, you're not dealing with just covering our laptops and desktop computers. It's security, all IT security across the city.
Exactly, yep. Yeah, and that's a big portion of what our software costs are. You see in that line item, it's really all security tools and, you know, backup, making sure we have, you know, everything in place so that if there is a catastrophic event, we're able to, you know, retain those files.
Yeah.
And as a follow-up to that, and just, you know, for the benefit of the viewing/listening public, you know, it's consider the amount of information that a government holds, that we're entrusted to hold. So this is going to be people's tax records. It's going to be records related to crime and vulnerable people. And so these are records that are protected under many laws and regulations, and it's incumbent upon us to maintain that. And if we don't, not only can people be hurt, residents, non-residents alike, but our taxpayers are going to suffer, because odds are we're going to have to pay settlements. We're going to have to pay for credit monitoring. These are all things that come to us as a liability if we don't keep up with this sort of battle. And so I think it's always important to remind folks that, yeah, the IT department isn't just like, oh, my laptop's slow, or, oh, I don't want people to click a spam email. Well, that spam email can result in everyone's tax records being leaked and your you know, 19,000 people's social security numbers being released. That's bad. It's not good if that happens, and it can cost us a lot of money to remediate that. So
Yeah, I don't know what the
We have to win every time.
and I say that as someone who is paying tens of millions of dollars currently for information release payments as a consequence of data breaches.
Yeah, we have to win every time. They only have to win once.
Right, and they're trying.
Yeah, they are.
Trying. Cool. Any other questions on this slide? All right, so just looking at some of the capital costs that we have, so we alluded to these already. You know, part of, you know, what we talked about is like, yeah, it's not just laptops, it's also infrastructure for the whole city and all of the equipment that runs the, you know, the Wi-Fi and supports security cameras and all of that. So what we're looking at is the City Hall and network upgrades. Estimated cost of around $85,000 to replace that equipment. So that would be obviously a significant investment, but that is one of the ones that results in the long-term cost savings by eliminating that equipment from the Everstream contract and getting those contracts just to where they're only supporting the fiber internet service, and there's also a monitoring fee that they're charging for that, which is redundant to what we are providing. So that'd be another thing that we would be able to eliminate as a part of evaluating these contracts. So we'll continue to look at any other contracts that are out there as well, but these are the two kind of main agreements that are in place. So one of them is for City Hall and one is for the DOT location. The DOT is the one that is up in the fall, and then the one for City Hall is up this spring. And so still waiting on that quote, like I said, for that one, but pretty excited about the potential savings that we can. So just as an example, I think one of the items on there over the 5 years, a 60-month term for the firewall, one firewall, I think it was $70,000. I think you end up paying, you know, through that lease agreement, and it ends up being, you know, probably around 30 if we were to buy it outright. So I understand, you know, wanting to go with more operational costs instead of capital costs. It's harder to come up with the funds sometimes for the capital costs, but I think in this case we can see that it truly does make sense to go that route. So that's one thing we'll provide more data on and you know, hard quotes once we get a little bit closer to those contract dates. The other one we talked about already a little bit was the server here at City Hall. So that warranty is expiring in the fall. We did apply for grant funding for that. It's a state and local cybersecurity grant funding that was available. And so at the end of 2024, we applied for a grant for covering that cost. Well, we were expecting to hear something back in April about whether we got the funding or not, but that potentially could cover this entire cost. So we're pretty excited about that opportunity as well. Next one on here is the continuation of the efforts of access control at the parks, and then there's also locations here within City Hall that we would want to upgrade the access control, and the effort with that is really to get it all on one kind of unified system. It's a little bit scattered right now between a few different providers, and so ideally we'd like to consolidate that and get down to one access control system. Obviously we have the laptop replacements. Now typically we would, like last year we had a $35,000 budget for this, and we're really trying to stretch the budget as much as possible, maybe get an extra year out of devices just to bring this cost down. So we did adjust that to $25,000 for next year. This should be enough to address, problematic devices. We're really trying to target any that are over 5 years old at this point. So we did bring that down a little bit. And then the next one is just system camera updates. We obviously want to keep some budget available. If a camera goes down at PD or something, we need to make sure we maintain that for the safety of our residents. And so that is something we like to keep in place. And then we do want to address some of the NVRs are kind of the devices that store the data from the cameras, and some of those are aging out. So we want to be sure to be proactive with those, considering the valuable information that's stored on.
And just for clarity, this is in no relationship to the flock cameras.
No. Yeah. Different. So yeah, there's different locations throughout the city that have the data stored. I won't disclose any of those locations. Any questions on this?
What's the grant? What's the funding source for the grant for the server upgrade?
SLCGP, State and Local Cybersecurity Grant.
And that is not a federal grant, right?
I know where you're.
I know.
No, I think it's specifically. Well, hold on. I'll have to double check that.
Yeah, let's just double check. I just want to.
We'll double check that. Yeah, thank you.
I know that things have not yet been. If they haven't been awarded yet and they're federal, you can be certain they're not coming.
Any other questions? All right, hand it off to the court.
All right, so my turn again. Just a couple of quick things on the district court. For those, those who may have been paying attention, caseloads dropped significantly during COVID, creating COVID backlogs. So trend is finally heading in a increased activity direction. Caseloads increased last year by 88%. Gross revenue, so collection of fines, fees, court costs, et cetera, has increased by 40%. This is a really impressive statistic here that the court provided, and that for those who aren't aware, the treatment court, sobriety court, it's kind of an intensive probation program to help steer people who have dependency issues into, a program that will help with staying clean, staying out of issues with recidivism. And according to Scale, the state court administrative office, our court graduates of the sobriety court are 57% less likely than comparison group to have to not have recidivism. So it's fantastic. Good to see that project is moving forward. Staffing levels at the court, they've got the court administrator, deputy court administrator, 8 clerks, 2 positions are currently open and not filled, 2 probation officers, an unfilled financial coordinator, and then there's a probation officer and the deputy court administrator are sharing financial coordinator duties. They have a part-time magistrate, part-time file clerk. They're estimating that not filling these open positions are creating a savings of about $180,000 to $200,000 a year. Looking at the trends, generally fairly stable in the $1.6 to $1.8 million. Of course, we're starting to go up a little bit. There's a bit of a jump between fiscal year end '24 and our projection for this year. Some of that's tied to some repairs and maintenance of the court, increase in health insurance. The increases this year, pretty minor when you look at it. There's about $60,000 in the budget this year to improve the recording systems in the courtrooms to be compliant with virtual court hearings. And so right there, the SCAO mandatory JAVS upgrade. This is the court recording equipment, $65,000. The court would like to paint the court. The court hasn't been painted since it was remodeled about 11 years ago. But they recommend that if we need to make some cuts, that they can hold off on painting the court. But the JAVS system is something they really need to have this year. So I'm happy to answer whatever questions I can about the court.
Yeah, James, can you, just for the benefit of the public and this council, can you sort of explain to folks how the funding model for the court works, and that we fund the court, not the state, not the...
Well, the state
fund
helps pay for the judge.
They pay for the judge.
They pay for the judge. However, local district courts are funded by the local unit of government. And it's actually a little more unique here in Southeast Michigan than it is throughout the rest of the state. Throughout the rest of the state, most courts are funded through the county because they're county-wide district courts. However, here in Southeast Michigan, we have a lot of municipal-based district courts. Here, the city of Ferndale is one of 3 of the communities that is involved in the 43rd District Court. There are 3 different. Madison Heights and Hazel Park are the other 2. All of us have our own judges, and we are the sole funding unit for our 43rd District Court here in Ferndale. So there's fines and fees that get collected, and that generally covers most of the cost of the court. Sometimes the city is going to spend a little more. Sometimes the city is going to receive a little revenue. But that's kind of court funding currently as a nutshell. There are some pushes at the state level to potentially go to state funding of trial courts, try and get the funding away from locals. But I don't know how far that's going to get. So.
And to clarify that there's, the state law and the state constitution requires that these courts be funded at a, quote, level required for their effective operation, and there has never been any determination about what that means. So no government, the local government especially, has ever been able to really say, like, okay, well, your budget can't grow any further. Like, you need to start finding cost efficiencies, because then you get into sort of interbranch constitutional issues, and no one wants to touch that. But I will say that, I intend to work with some of my colleagues on this council to have a conversation with SCAO and our legislators and talk about at least a consolidation of the courts and some efficiencies in the 43rd District.
And I will say that so a couple years back, there was the state trial court funding task force. The chair of that task force was Judge Tom Boyd, who is currently the director of SCAO. So I think, and they had recommended going to state funding for trial courts. So I think there's some momentum. Things like this take a very long time.
Right.
All right, anything else on the court? All right, next is our police department.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. We're going to highlight the police department, account number 301. We have 54 full-time members and 2 part-time members. The breakdown of those positions include 42 sworn police officers. Of those positions, 2 are currently vacant. And we're pressing the brakes on filling those positions for obvious reasons with the impending, budget concerns. The last thing we wanted to do is bring on 2 people just to simply lay them off. Thought that would be cruel. So we are kind of pressing the brakes on that and making do with what we have, although they are needed for long-term. We have 8 dispatchers, 3 clerical, 1 communications specialist, and 2 part-time property clerks. The 2 part-time property clerks work no more than 25 hours a week. Our major accomplishments, we were founded in 1918. We existed 9 years before the city was incorporated. We were a village at that time. We were accredited law enforcement agency, first receiving accreditation in 2020 and receiving reaccreditation in 2023. We respond to more than 20,000 calls per service annually, and our dispatch answers 12,000 911 calls and over 17,000 non-emergency calls annually, which is very busy PSAP. Considering our geographical location, bordering 8 Mile and Woodward, bisecting our city, we are kind of unique, and we really do get an overflow of 911 calls that may or may not be within our jurisdiction because of close proximity to 8 Mile, I-75, 696. Sometimes these towers divert 911 calls to our PSAP, which are then transferred out to the proper agency. But our PSAP is very busy. This are our department trends. You notice these, obviously everybody's trends are trending up. There was a low point in 2024. A lot of these expenses are driven by staffing. As you know, we have one of the largest, if not the largest department in the city, and it's very, our expenses are driven by wages and benefits. With 54 full-time employees, now that we are trending into filling these positions, although we're down 2, those costs are going to continue to go up.
And I will note for council's knowledge, we budget, again, conservatively, so those budgets assume full staffing, whereas when you get to the fiscal year and actuals, it's more reflective of vacancies that may have existed throughout the year. So the fiscal year end projected 25 will likely be lower, and if we aren't able to fill vacancies or we determine not to move forward with filling vacancies, the same could be said for fiscal year 26.
It's pretty typical for the police department to request vehicles in our capital costs or our capital requests. Once upon a time, we used to replace entire fleets in one fiscal year. For obvious reasons, that was kind of a problem in that one year when you're replacing close to, $1 million in vehicles. So the replacement schedule calls for 2 patrol vehicles and 1 admin/investigative vehicle. The 2, we selected the Dodge Durangos for patrol and a Jeep Cherokee for our admin vehicle. These, nothing against the other manufacturers, they're just cheaper, and we're trying to be cost conscious. We roll all of the costs for build out into each vehicle into the financing. Over the past several years, we have used Comerica Bank, working with the finance department to shop out rates. The costs that we have on the slide are, we have no choice but to estimate them. The costs just aren't available yet. So we're projecting these costs. Financing over 5 years is about $13,500 annually for a patrol vehicle and about $9,000 for the admin vehicle. It's important to note that replacing these vehicles, and when I go back to how we used to operate, although it seems ancient now, we used to replace fleet vehicles every 3 years. So that means between year 3 and year 4, we were getting a new vehicle. Usually the mileage was about 85 to 95. In an effort to cut costs and follow our vehicle replacement schedule, our patrol vehicles are now pushing over 5 years. So we are driving vehicles that are a little bit older, a little bit more, I wouldn't say run down, but every year we analyze the fleet, We select a vehicle that needs to be replaced. Sometimes you get a vehicle just has bad luck. Sometimes you go through some motors, some transmissions. Sometimes vehicles, their mileage creeps up faster than others. But we were trying to push the vehicles and get everything out of them. So we're now financing them and keeping them in the fleet for a minimum of 5 years, at which time they're quite often repurposed in maybe other departments, whether it's maintenance or DPW or fire department. Sometimes inspector has driven them in the past. But when they're not, we're able to resell these vehicles and recoup some of the cost. So this is our ask for capital in the next year. The admin vehicles, though this vehicle is set to replace the captain's current vehicle, we run a hand-me-down system to where this vehicle, the captain's current vehicle, will be pushed down to the admin staff, which gets lower mileage. The investigative staff. There's currently 3 vehicles in our DB fleet that are over 10 years or approaching 10 years, which is scheduled for replacement by the city's policy. So that's what the plan is for redistribution of that vehicle. Any questions on capital?
Through the chair, when we're choosing vehicles, I know that cost is a important factor, but are we also looking at the repair costs over time? Because within the first year, these vehicles are out of warranty. You know, you're already pushing about 30,000 miles within at least the first year, year and a half. And so all of the repair costs are put on the city. Some vehicles, some manufacturers end up in the repair shop more often than others. So when we're choosing vehicles, are we making sure that we're choosing a vehicle that has a better history of repair or operation?
Yeah, I guess I would be, it's a little outside my expertise. I would have to defer to DPW or the mechanics. Anecdotally, the mechanics, when we ask them, do you prefer a make, model, brand? And a lot of them will say it's 6 in one, half dozen the other, depending on the model. They all kind of have their kind of niche problems. Whether some models have a problem with the transmission or an engine or fuel pump or front ends. We really have been, if the mechanics recommend a certain cost, or if they say it really doesn't matter to us, then we're kind of inclined to defer to the cost of the vehicle. Mm-hmm. I will say that there were some models out there that we thought that the Tahoe, what you gained in safety, it was the safest vehicle out there because of just the mass of it. However, the city patrolling was really hard on that vehicle, and the front ends were going, and we were having issues with fuel pumps, and there was all kinds of issues where we often solve one problem, we inherit a different one. So we went away from the Tahoes. They just weren't the right answer for us. We really liked the Ford Explorer. In particular, we liked the hybrid model, but that hybrid model of the Ford Explorer was substantially more on the front end when purchasing them. So that does come into play. If we could afford a fleet of hybrids, that would be my suggestion. But I don't think in this climate right now with our limited resources that kind of expenditure really doesn't make sense for us. So we're trying to do our best to be responsible financially with the selection of the vehicles, and obviously with the financing and dragging out the vehicle life to beyond 5 years is kind of what we're trying to do.
The other thing is the build out, because you're obviously trying to fit a lot of equipment into a particular vehicle, and a lot of the vehicles like the Durango, the Tahoe, the Explorer, they have a special design for police interceptors. The manufacturers designed a specific platform to support this type of equipment. But the build-out changes from vehicle to vehicle. When you're building out a vehicle, and we're going over 5 years, are you replacing that equipment? Are you putting new equipment into new vehicles, or are we transferring old equipment into new vehicles?
Most of the time, we transfer old equipment when it fits or it still has service life. That is our goal. When it comes to radios and light controls and radar units, those are all transferred from unit to unit so long as they fit and are functional. So that's a case-by-case basis. But yes, whenever we can reinstall, that's what we do.
Okay, and we're taking into consideration that cost if we're going from a Tahoe to a Durango, because the equipment that fits on a Durango is not going to fit on a Tahoe, vice versa. So I just want to make sure that when we're considering the cost, like you said, the Explorer is a bit more cost, but if we're having to buy brand new equipment instead of replacing it, isn't it worth spending more cost on the vehicle that is a better vehicle than buying a cheaper vehicle and trying to fit new equipment into that cheaper vehicle?
Yeah, in some cases, that would have to be looked at, yeah, for sure.
So I would be interested, and this is not necessarily a question for you, Chief, so I'm going to put this in the hopper for Jim and a little bit in the hopper for Phil. On one, we'll go Phil first. Thinking about, and we'll talk about this when we get to DPW's presentation because we'll be talking about the fleet. We can kind of have a more holistic conversation about the fleet. But one, our financing strategy for the fleet, and based on the volume of vehicles we're doing and all that kind of thing. And then two, to Jim, to you, is I'd be interested to see, so industry standard is 3 years for a public safety vehicle. So 5 years is general industry standard for a government general purpose vehicle. Totally fine to push for 5 years public safety. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm curious to know with the makes and models that we currently have in the public safety fleet, and that's going to include as well fires, non-engine, non-rig fleet. What kind of increase in costs from a work order standpoint are we seeing as we age them? So at the 3-year mark, on average, what is the annual PM versus non-PM expenditures for the vehicle? And then for each of the subsequent 2 years, do we see a noticeable or a substantial increase? Because I think we all know that vehicles are pretty much built, whether they're Interceptor or general civilian models, they're kind of built to start crapping out on you around year 3. That's why leases were typically through 3 years, and that was competitive for a long time, because people could avoid that sort of year 3 to 4 beginning of crap, now I got to do real maintenance. So I'm curious to see if we have any kind of, in our work order data, sort of indication of cost increases or volume of work on that, to see yes, we're stretching it to 5 years, but are we in fact actually, what's the break even? Are we actually saving money by stretching the vehicle life to 5 years? Maybe we're not, maybe we are. I mean, FPD is not putting nearly the mileage of bigger cities and that sort of thing, 100%, but I'm just curious. And I know this sounds very sort of bean countery or nickel and dimey, but we really are trying to figure out these areas where, if the juice is worth the squeeze, I want the juice.
So I will be giving a fleet presentation on Monday, and that is one of the things that's included. I'll have examples for a regular government car, so something like CED would use, extending that from 5 years to 7 years, kind of explaining cost of ownership, the same for a patrol vehicle and the same for a dump truck.
Okay.
And if there are any other questions that you'd like detailed responses from or on, just let me know today, and I'll make sure to address that during that fleet.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Chief.
No, thanks for the assist, James. Appreciate it. Moving on to our discretionary funds, I took the time to highlight 5 line items that we had, in my opinion, some significant savings over from FYE 2024 to now. Over the last 2 fiscal years, and we've saved are projected to save over $30,000 in these 5 accounts, simply by kind of watching where we're spending and kind of evaluating whether something is necessary or not. But in some cases, we're able to save, in other cases, we're still like breaking even on some of these accounts. But we are striving to save when it comes to education and training. Training is important, but we take a very analytical approach to whether it's necessary and where the class is and where it's located, and try to cut those costs a little bit. You can see in office supplies, we're projecting to save over $5,000. A lot of that has to do with some of the other expensive with cloud-based sharing, that type of thing has cut down on flash drives and moving evidence by a thumb drive. We've gone to cloud-based sharing, which has really cut our use of flash drives for sharing files for a legal process. Uniforms and repairs, we went through a period of time where we were down on staffing, and we were replacing staffing. Along with that comes with uniforms, and we've kind of stabilized a little bit, so we're spending a little bit less. There are some uniform articles that we cut back on spending, whether it's the outer vest carrier for the officers, which can be expensive, but it's something that the officers really appreciated. So we're trying to cut back a little bit. Operating expenses, we're saving another $5,000. And obviously the most expensive one is the education and training. Sometimes this comes in the form of conferences. Sometimes it comes in the form of, just daily. We have local regional training that we kind of look at very critically to say whether it's, what are we getting in return, the return on our investment. So we're trying to cut almost $12,000 from that. And the travel and training kind of lends to the same concept of, do we really need to go to this training? Where is it located? And kind of cutting back. I mean, I'm sure you're all in your careers see that there's tons of opportunities for really good training, but you got to draw the line somewhere, and that's kind of where we're at, trying to do our part. There's not a lot of options for department heads to shave money. A lot of it is in people and benefits. This is the one area where we can take a critical look at it and try to cut what we can cut. And in these five, and these are just the big five that come out to about 30,000, a little over 30,000. There's a couple other line items that might save 1,000 here, 1,000 there. But I just wanted to impress upon you that we are looking at these, and we're trying to do what we can do to maximize our efficiencies. It is important to note, as we talk about efficiencies, and we're moving towards the election coming in May, efficiency is thrown around a lot, and there's a lot of talk about more people, I guess less people carrying the workload. I want to impress upon our residents and this council that in 2010, we had 53 police officers. We now have 42. We actually have 40, but we're approved for 42. In 2010, there were 6 police officers patrolling your streets on the afternoon shift. Now there's 4. There is a reduction, and with that is a safety factor for the officers and a response and level of service for the residents that I think it's important to highlight. So we run 4 officer minimums around the clock, 365 a year. And once upon a time, there was more. There was more policing, and there was more police officers. And I'm sure that goes for many of the other departments here. But when there is discussion about efficiencies, I want to impress upon our residents that we are doing what we can. So, is there any questions regarding the police department?
I do have a comment, Chief. I appreciate the notable changes that you have here, but I would also like to just kind of stress that it is also important, the education and training. So as you're making those cuts, just be mindful that I like that the police department goes to these trainings and get updated on new trends and things like that. So just And whereas I can appreciate what you're doing here, but it's just kind of important, and I, for one, like to know that you're receiving those trainings, as far even the new recruits as well. So just putting that out there.
Absolutely. I appreciate the support, and those are projected, and we'll continue to highlight areas that are important to policing, and they're important to our values as a city and a community, and we're certainly going to prioritize the training that you're talking about.
Okay.
And some of the other stuff that if we think it's over and above, we may trim it a little bit.
And I think, if the department is, as we know, we have the vacancies right now, and, as you go through a fiscal year, you have the normal ebb and flow of expenses and revenues and things like that. And, if you start to have, if there's a little cushion in the police budget, I mean, it can always be reallocated to cover this. I've got a little flex here. Let's take $2,000 out of this account and let's do this additional training. Like, I want to reassure the public, like, the chief is not cutting core and critical education and training for our police department. We're going to continue to be the highly certified, highly credentialed police department. Just because we're cutting it up front in the budget doesn't mean we won't work with the city manager and the police chief and department leadership to figure out solutions. If something comes up and it's a really important thing and we think it is important to get the police department in this training, we'll figure it out, And I just want to reassure the public of that as well.
I think you also bring up a really good point. To this council, we should all be very open-minded about the fact that this budget cycle is probably going to look a little bit different, which means that requests that come up in the year ahead may look different depending on how the outcome of the millage is determined. That being said, also I'm new to this organization, and there are things about the way that we present information to council that I would like to see changed. Amendments being made in more real time and reflected in the agenda materials that you see. So I have every confidence that in the year ahead, if department heads come to me and they've identified something that's a priority that meets our strategic goals, we will be able to present that in a way that shows where the cost could come from elsewhere within the budget to make that happen.
Absolutely.
Before you go, Chief, I have two questions. On this slide, are the staff members that we're accounting for here, are they all W-2, or do we have any 1099 contract employees in the mix?
We don't have any contract employees. All employees listed in that slide are general fund.
Okay. And can you go to the next slide? Could you give me a little bit of a, like a primer on the difference between 2024 and 2025? It was nearly a 1.5 million increase on that, the line chart slide. There you go.
The trends? Okay. From 2024 to 2025, that is like the city manager was saying, that is the entire 301, which includes like all the fringe, and it's mostly people. There's just not a lot. That's
It accounts for filling those two vacancies where right now the projected would not show them because obviously we've not filled those positions to this point. That's a large chunk of it. That's about $500,000 when you add in all benefits. And then it looks like there's an additional sizable jump within pay because that contract is coming up. So that is one of the areas where we didn't project just the standard 2%. We don't think that that's what we'll end up at in terms of union negotiations. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me because Dan ran those for us, but I know it is a pretty significant increase to the wage scale. As you saw when I was talking about economic pressure with labor, we're very far behind our neighbors.
So really what we're looking at here, because we had previously had those positions filled, so we should see that reflected in the 2024 number, right? So what we're seeing here really is just a jump due to the expectation for union negotiations?
Largely labor-related costs, yes, and there was a reallocation of the workers' comp to more accurately reflect which departments those expenditures were related to. So that was a pretty significant increase for the police budget as well.
Okay, great, thank you.
If there's no more questions, thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
It has been requested that, no, you're good. It has been requested if people would like to take a 5 to 10 minute like restroom break. The chair is amenable to that.
Yes,
I motion that we take a 10-minute break.
that's fine.
We will recess to the call of the chair.
Sometimes I get so focused,
Someone
it's
needs a
like, let's
second,
just keep.
doesn't it?
Yeah, she can just
Okay.
recess.
We'll resume right now at 10:56. And it looks like what's coming up next is fire report.
Get over it.
Oh, happy Saturday. All right, so our fire department, for just sure everybody understands, I list this as an all hazards fire department with advanced support, or advanced life support EMS transporting services. What that means is our fire department has the capability to respond to all the different types of emergencies. We do have the specialty response teams through our connection with Oakway. So where our fire department by itself, standalone, does not fully flush out an entire confined space response team, protect rescue team, or any of those. We are a part of them, so we can have a hazmat, collapse rescue, trench rescue, any of those responses within our communities effectively and support that. So that's what all hazards means, so we can do it all. Advanced life support EMS transporting means our ambulances are all licensed as advanced life support. We're licensed paramedics or in process to be paramedics for any of our staff. So we do provide the highest level of EMS service to our communities that we serve. We do serve 3 communities, Ferndale, Pleasant Ridge, and Royal Oak Township. I think it's important to remind everybody that Pleasant Ridge and Royal Oak Township does pay us for the services. Pleasant Ridge contracts with us to provide basically mirror image of what we provide for Ferndale to them, and they pay us approximately $340,000 a year. There's a built-in escalator to their contract, so it adjusts each year based on inflation rate, and that's calculated by finance and rebuild out annually. Royal Oak Township contracts us just for the fire services and currently use EMS, or private EMS for the EMS side of the house, and they pay us approximately $300,000 a year. Again, they have that same escalator built into their contract. And I laugh when I looked at the slide, I realized a typo. I staff with 26 full-time personnel. I did not count myself, so it's 26 plus me, so 27. I think of my staff or my department as them, but I counted myself, we do have 27, and I do have 2 part-time personnel. So the full-time is myself, my fire marshal, I have 1 CSR, and 24 firefighters. I currently do have 2 vacancies, so I have 22 firefighters currently on staff. My part-time staff is the vacant assistant chief position right now, and my admin assistant, who is hired part-time at 28 hours a week to assist me in all the administrative workload I have. Going into some of the major accomplishments, I do want to highlight some of the things from, most people know I've been here as chief. I just passed my 4-year anniversary. When I walked in, the department had a third of the department was vacant. We're down to only 2 vacancies, which moves it from 33% to 8%, which makes a difference for our ability to respond, staff, fatigue, health, wellness, everything of our firefighters. So that is a huge improvement, especially among the staffing crisis where it's hard for people to find anybody, and we're doing a great job and looking to try to fill those final 2 vacancies. We have launched senior fire safety programs, which is great. We've really stepped up our community risk reduction focus at our senior populations for those in the different high-rises and housing complexes, but also people aging in home. So we can try to help them understand how to be safer and protect themselves. We also moved our home safety inspection that we provided to our community free to a virtual format to make it much more accessible so anybody can do it. They can share it with family. And when they do that, they learn about the dangers in their home and get free resources. And we do still participate in the state's free home smoke detector program. So we've really kind of dialed up our community risk reduction because that's what it's really about, is helping our community prevent things from happening, not just responding to them. So in our department, we've really stepped up and increased our prevention efforts to protect our community. We did receive a new engine and ladder truck, new engine and ambulance. The engine is in service, the ambulance is in process of being licensed. And I think it's important to remind people that this did not come out of general fund. This was approved by City Council to be purchased out of ARPA funds that the city received. And then we sold our ladder truck. I did look at our fleet because, again, we're talking about efficiencies, and one of the big things that I've been trying to focus on since I came as chief is right-sizing and making our fire department what it needs to be to serve the communities that we serve and have the right equipment, the right people, the right staffing levels, and all those things. So we had a ladder truck, which we do have a 11-story building in Royal Oak Township, but no ladder truck reaches to 11-story. We have high-rise buildings, or we have high-rise techniques. It was used as a jump rig, which was not effective. So unless I was going to staff a bunch more people to make that a staffed apparatus, it wasn't the right thing for our community. And it's large, it doesn't fit on a lot of our smaller streets. And with our master land use plan, it just wasn't the right vehicle for our community anymore. So I got approval, we sold that last year. And one of our engines is coming up for replacement. So what we did is we said, we're going to replace 2 vehicles with one. We sold the ladder truck, and we placed an order for a Quint, which will replace the ladder truck and the engine effectively with one vehicle, which reduces maintenance costs and a lot of the other ancillary costs that go along with our fleet, which are very expensive with the city, so it does have that compounding savings with it. Sold the ladder truck for $470,000 and applied that directly over to the purchase cost of the Quint, which was $1.3 million. So it decreased the burden on the city, but significantly. That also increased us, or allowed us to earn a prepayment discount on the purchase, which again took some of the costs off that ladder truck. I talked about staffing at the start. I want to round up this slide with talking about the other positive impact of increasing staffing, as it did decrease over time. When I compare the previous year to last year's budget, our overtime was down over $47,000. When I compare last budget year up to this point and this current budget year up to this point, we are trending about $72,000 less in overtime already this year. So I figure by the time we end this year, we're going to be up potentially close to the $100,000 mark under what we've spent in the past. So that is the benefit of improving staffing, as it offsets. You do save significantly in overtime. And it also, again, translates to health wellness of our firefighters. And when they're less fatigued, they're less likely to be injured and some of those things. So it definitely has a positive compounding effect, not just monetary. So our trends, you see our expenses kind of go up and down. I think a lot of that might go with staffing we have at the time, some different efficiencies we put into place. And this is a committee I've just really been trying to look at everything. They were doing almost everything on paper, so I did have a cost of trying to put stuff onto electronic platforms to make us more compliant, efficient, and effective in what we're doing. We've been scanning a lot of our files, getting it all up so we can pull FOIA requests off a computer instead of digging through files and trying to find things. But also, as we staff goes down, as we improve our fleet, cost of maintenance goes down. And some of the other things I've done with training, which I'll get into in a minute, really just trying to across the board look for ways to be efficient and save money and be fiscally responsible with our budget. Let's talk about some of the big things. Unfortunately, fire and EMS, our stuff costs a lot of money. And we try to make it as cost effective as possible, but there's only so much we can do. We currently had Zoll cardiac monitors on our ambulances that are reaching end of the life. They have actually started failing. And we did receive one LifePak 35 monitor with some of the remaining ARPA funds that the city had. We still need another one for our other ambulance. And it costs about $58,000. We do need this because our Zolls are at the end of their life. I did write a AFG grant for LifePak monitors, but we know the state of federal grants right now. I did have a meeting last week, and an update we got out of DC was the AFG grants did get peer review in February, and then everything kind of got shut down right after that, so we're waiting to hear if that gets reenacted. The peer review did already occur, so they could move forward with announcing who was awarded AFG grants, but again, I think we're at a state that I'm kind of moving forward the fact that we probably won't be able to rely on that, and it's very competitive anyways. So I do have to figure out a way to get this other cardiac monitor, and there is a corporate sponsor that wants to give us partial money toward this to assist, but we will have to make up the difference, so that is a difficult conversation because this is a required piece of equipment we have to have for licensing and operations. So it's not something optional I can go without, fortunately. The second one, hydraulic extrication equipment, this is what we use. A lot of people call it as jaws of life. And when there's a car accident, somebody's trapped inside a vehicle, or it could be anywhere, we utilize this equipment to be able to access somebody to rescue them, to provide care. Our second set right now is about 20 years old. The vendor they've piecemealed it together to get it partially working, but it can't be supported, can't be repaired anymore. So we kind of have one full set on one engine and a partially functioning set on another one. So this is something I am going to try to go after some like AAA grants, non-federal grants to get this, but if not, it is something that I will have to come to council. I did put in a CIP request for this. But again, we've pushed it off, and now we're at a point where we have Band-Aids on things that, are not going to hold much longer. And then the last one, the Braun ambulance, and I specifically said Braun because one of the things I'm trying to do, which comes back to Councilman Polika's question, is when we're looking at our fleet, trying to be very responsible and streamlined. With it, the new engine we chose a Pierce. Almost our entire fleet is Pierce. We also included DPW garage, the mechanics in the build-out process to get their insight. When we were making decisions about the engine and other parts, we had them weigh in on what were the best choices and talk to them prior to choosing vendors to make sure we were doing something. Also, by standardizing our fleet, it allows them to be supporting one product instead of multiple different, and we figured that was beneficial. Our Big Red ambulance has over 100,000 miles on it now because we are busy. It's a 2019. So we do need to it is starting to show its wear, so we do need to look at getting that into reserve status. And build-out time is always at least 12 months on ambulances. So when we're thinking about replacement, you always have to think of at least a year ahead of when you truly need it. But the cost is about $300,000. So what are some notable changes? I already talked a little bit about overtime. Really doing a lot to streamline staffing, how we're staffing different things. When we staff, and I think it's also important for the community and for everybody to remind, when we staff special events, I am paying overtime, but that is cost neutral to the city. Because when I bring personnel in to staff a special event, that cost is billed to the special event coordinator, and they pay the cost of those employees being there. So that is offset, but it still shows on my overtime line item budget. So even with special event staffing being accounted for in overtime, we are still cutting back quite a bit, which I think is very, very notable. And we're still looking at a lot of ways. Some of the trainings we've brought in-house, the way we staff, where we were able to, with our staffing being able to be up, we're able to excuse people on duty instead of having to pay them overtime off duty to attend different things. So that's beneficial to everybody. The fire inspection and permits, when I came on, I realized because everything was on paper and some of the systems being used, some things were being billed, but there really wasn't a tracking system to make sure things were getting paid. So we've been working closely with CED and different things in BSNA to improve our systems, and you'll see on our line items, we've significantly improved our collections. And it's not that suddenly we're doing these big money grabs and charging a bunch of things we weren't before, but we're just actually have systems to make sure that fees that are supposed to be being collected are actually being collected. So we're much better accountability and all that now, and much better tracking and all that. And you're going to see that continuing to improve across the board for us as we implement these systems and have things more visible and able to be tracked now. So that should continue trending up, which is a positive thing for us. The capital fire gear, this is awesome. We got a $70,000 grant from the state of Michigan, and that bought one set of turnout gear for each one of my firefighters. We have a line item for capital gear to purchase 6 sets of gear per year. Our fire gear is good for 10 years. Each one of our firefighters needs 2 sets. So if you start adding that up, if we buy 6 sets a year, it just keeps us kind of afloat to make sure everybody has compliant gear. This grant, what we did too is our firefighting gear has PFAS in it, which at the time they didn't realize was dangerous. And we made the decision to purchase almost completely PFAS-free gear for our firefighters. So that's why I bought it as one lump sum instead of spreading out over a couple years, which is not great for strategic planning down the road, but I wanted to make it clear as to why I made the decision to purchase it all at once. Because it would be really tough to go to my firefighters and explain why some people are getting the gear without this forever chemical in it and others have to wait 3 years to get it. So we put everybody in that gear, and that was just received, and now we're working on getting everything submitted to the state, so we'll have to pay the invoice and get reimbursed. There was $13,000 that we had to pay for, but in sense, we're getting $70,000 worth of gear, and that is going to help offset some of the strain on the next couple years. So if I do have to cut back somewhere, it gives me some wiggle room and maintain health and safety of my personnel, make sure they have compliant gear, and be able to, if I have to cut an account a little bit, I do have some safety there without compromising our safety. And then the final one with education and training, when I came in, they were using RAFT, which is Regional Alliance of Firefighter Training, for the fire officer programs, a lot of their training. Registration cost was about $300 to $500 per person per class. And what I did is I transitioned us to utilizing the State Bureau of Fire Services courses that got launched shortly after I came here. And I was an instructor for a lot of them, but I also was kind of pushing for it down in this area. But these are fully funded by the state of Michigan. Smoke funds are the funds that are gathered through sale of fireworks around the state. And then it's put back. One of the things when the state started charging kind of fees associated with fireworks sales is some of that money goes back to fund firefighter training across the state of Michigan. And every county gets so much money. So what I've done is I started leveraging that money in our county to put our firefighters in that, where we still might pay for them to go to the class. We are saving the registration costs of that. I have also, because I am an instructor for a lot of these courses, just to make it easier to get caught up, my personnel caught up, I have just taught a lot of classes in-house to get them the certification without even having to send them out anywhere. What this has done is we've had an increase with the new rules from the Bureau of Fire Services as far as requirements of training on us, which would have increased the cost of our training that we needed, the money. It helped offset that, so we have a lot more that we're required to do to maintain all our certifications now. We can offset it by utilizing funded courses and increasing what we're doing internally. So I've been working on developing up the younger generation within the department, get them credentials to try to build for succession planning, get them be able to do it for ourselves. And within Oakway, us doing more classes, taking care of our departments and the region. Any questions on all of that?
Quick question on this slide. Would it be possible to add in the dollar values in the notes section for the items that don't have those dollar values? Just when it comes back to us, so that we can have that handy to explain to the public what that looks like in dollars and cents.
So do you want dollar values, like savings last year, between the last two budget years and then year-to-date on this one?
Right, like an approximate dollar value associated with significant decreases in staffing, a dollar value associated with the increased collection of fees, things like that.
Okay. Yeah, where, like I said, I had the one on top of my head, but I can add it on here. On the first slide, I had
Oh, you had that on
the
the first slide.
47,000 that was once the last 2 years, budget years closed out, that was a difference.
Yep.
On budget, and then I looked year-to-date on this, from last budget year to this year, year-to-date, and we were at about $72,000 less so far this year.
Gotcha, okay.
But I can add that on. And then I can add the
got
increased
gold fish
revenue and stuff on there too.
Yeah,
I just know it's like a science scale, so.
sure.
Yep.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Anything else? Mr. Jamison, it's all you.
So DPW has three and a half general funds. I included 441 and 443, both in the same slides. We'll get into quite a few of the special slides later, and you'll see why I thought 20 was better than 24. Service area snapshot. So for general fund, public works, 441, that is our general public works. So a lot of tree work, things that don't necessarily fall into the other special funds, which would be like water, sanitations, and obviously roadways. And all of our budgets include money for training, conferences. So training, I'll just mention that we are required to do things with OSHA, confined spaces, a lot of other training, so we always need to make sure that we have money in the budget for that. It also includes the vehicles, the equipment, materials that are necessary to maintain the areas of the city that we maintain, which is pretty much any city property, including facilities. So the 441 budget also holds our tree keeper subscription with Davy, the Davy program that we pay annually, community tree planting program, which is a great program that's actually out to bid right now. The sidewalk replacement program that happens every other year, and then again, 443 specifically is for vehicle and equipment repairs. So the general public works personnel, it is, since we have so many funds, there are some interesting ways that we split those. So we have 3 positions that have a split percentage paid by multiple funds, and that is the director, administrative manager, and our CSR. All 3 of those positions are split in this department and others. 2 of our mechanics, only 2 actually, are paid out of 443, and then 4 laborers are assigned to 441. So some of the major accomplishments from last year, we replaced 895 sidewalk flags through the sidewalk program. And I'll say that sidewalk program is mostly supplemented by the sidewalk assessment. So I think the only costs that we generally pay are for engineering and for city sidewalks. So sidewalks are responsible of the city, so city hall, parks, public locations. Our fleet team maintains over 100 vehicles and heavy equipment annually. I'm going to have a little bit more on the fleet, what exactly they do. I do have some metrics for work orders, some other things for this year that I'll include in the fleet presentation. Again, if there are any questions specific to fleet that you would like to see more detailed spreadsheets or any information, just let me know and I'll include that on Monday. So cost efficiencies, one of the things that we try to do is optimize our fleet. We realized that we didn't have a mini skid, we needed a mini skid. Council did approve that this last year. That is something that we use almost daily in our forestry team when they're taking down trees or doing large tree pruning. So the cost of that split by department was about $15K, and that means that has a payback of about 4 years if you look at the rentals that we would need to do to actually do that work with someone else's equipment. So equipment maintenance and fuel is charged back by fund to 443, so you'll see that 443, most of the expenses are paid for by other departments in which our mechanics are doing work. And then I just mentioned that so the residential tree program is cost efficient and an accomplishment. Last year we planted about 108 trees. 75% approximately is paid for by residents through the community tree planting program. And I think the cost is about $175, or is exactly $175 per tree. That hasn't changed in 3 years. That's a great value for residents, and it's a very popular program. So trending. You'll see that ours goes up. Most of the reason it goes up is there are capital projects. I believe in 441, one of the big projects in 2027, which shows the increase, is about $1.25 million that is budgeted for 9 Mile and Withington Streetscape. It's important to note that that is something that we would look for grant funding for. That number would go down. We probably won't actually do that project unless we do have a substantial amount of grant funding. Also, this is in many ways going to be paid in part supplemented from other departments, so maybe 202, 203, depending on the roadway improvements, potentially DDA. There's other departments that would kick into this, but it is important that it's included somewhere, and this is where it's included. You'll see that our budget projections, in a lot of the DPW budgets, the budget projections always seem to be trending up. We budget for repair and maintenance. So naturally, if repairs aren't large, it is going to look like we're always trending up because we're projecting for the worst to be conservative. We are saying if this breaks, this is how much money we would expect to spend. And I'll say that this type of a curve is actually an indicator of progress because we are spending a lot less because we're doing maintenance proactively and not reactively. So that is why you see this type of a curve. So Department of Public Works 441 443, we have some capital projects. A lot of our capital projects outside of the streetscape improvement are going to be vehicle related. So in 4710 is our main skid steer, costs about $125,000. We're recommending replacing that, selling the old skid steer and moving 4711, which is our other skid steer, to a backup role. This skid steer will be 10 years old when it's replaced. That is what our fleet replacement schedule says. That is when it says that we should replace it. I'll point out that our backup will be older, and we do, similar to the police department, push these dates out further than is ideal. There will be more on that in the presentation, but I'll say like 5-year cars looks more like 8, 2-year patrol cars looks more like 5. 7-year SUVs and vans through our vehicle replacement policy, that's more like 12. Medium and heavy trucks gets pushed from 10 to 12. 10 years for heavy equipment, that usually gets pushed to 12 unless it is what we would consider similar to the fire department frontline. This is a piece of equipment that's used every day. Grounds and small equipment is set for 8 years ideally, and then those are 10 years, and then 15 years for trailers is pushed out to 25 or 30. We actually just got approval a few months ago from council for a piece of an equipment trailer that I believe was 30 or 40 years old. So we make things work as best we can, and I'll kind of show the cost of ownership and why we would prefer to do it the ideal way than making it work way. So 4743 is a front end loader replacement, and then I'll say that just mentioning that that was purchased 3 years ago, and there's 2 years left of financing on that. So notable changes, we have had what has ended up being a placeholder for the urban tree canopy program. Roughly 10 years ago, we cut about $250,000 out of the budget for tree trimming, removals, tree work. We have a deferred maintenance backlog of trees. We don't have enough people to maintain the trees that we have without spending money on contractors. So because this work is occurring in the right of way, we're able to use Act 51 dollars. So the local paving program ends this year, which means that we will have a little bit more in 202 and 203, and we'll have the flexibility to spend some of that money on the urban tree canopy program. So some will still come out of general fund, but most will come out of 202 and 203. Now the scissor lift, we don't use that as often as required to replace it ideally. I should have had the data on that. I know we bought this piece of equipment used about 15 years ago. Because it's not something we use every day, it's something we use seasonally, we will delay that to fiscal year 2027. 4744 is our front end loader. That is backup equipment as well. 4743 is newer, that's our main line. So we are going to push that to 2028 as well, which will mean that it's being replaced at 14 years old. And if there are any questions, just stop me. That is it for 441 and 443, and then I'll move on to facilities maintenance if we're ready.
Real quick, before we go on to facilities maintenance, can we go back to the first slide with the general DPW personnel?
Yep.
So am I reading this right? We have 9 employees for general DPW?
4, 5, 6. Well, so I'll say that the director of the AM and CS, so admin manager, CSR, those are split percentages that come from 441. For example, I believe the director is split 5 ways evenly between 441, 202, 203, 226, and 592, and I feel like I'm missing one, but I think that's 5. Mechanics are actually, to make this even more complicated, mechanics are a split position as well, but there are basically 2 FTE for that. So it would actually probably look more like 1.25 FTE for mechanics and then 4.75 FTE for laborers. So rather than do that, I just simplified it a little bit.
Yeah. Does this change seasonally?
This is based on a labor split that we did, I think the last time we tracked this and built this labor split was 2023. We're working on updating it now. We'll talk a little bit eventually here about the importance of a digital work order system. The amount that goes into these labor splits is daunting. It is a process in which HR, finance, city manager department, DPW all has to collaborate to make this logical. And I'll say it starts in the field with our foreman tracking labor, our supervisors tracking their labor daily, that daily being reported weekly to our admin manager, and then monthly, yearly, projecting out, going to the deputy director and director.
Okay. I feel like it would be helpful to just have one lump sum associated with DPW. I know you're going to get to the facility side of things too, just so we can have that context as well, as far as how many personnel we have. Also, are these all full-time W-2, or do we have some contractors in the mix throughout the year?
These are full-time. We have a 818 contractual labor, budget in each of our departments. So 441, 443, 265. I can brief a little bit on that, but when we look at 265, it makes sense to just say that 818 is like skilled trades. So HVAC, electrical, plumbing, mechanical trades. We have skilled trades contracts, and those are contractors, and those come out of the 818 budget.
Got it. Thanks.
No problem.
And also, I just want to ask, so I know in years past there have been seasonal workers. I mean, my goodness, if all of you do the work that I see going on during this, the seasonal time, I commend you, but are there seasonal workers that come in?
There are. Yep, there are, and they're typically come out of 441, 751. We don't use seasonal workers as much for special funds because that's water department, sanitation,
Okay.
Highway, so you're not going to use them to maintain those pieces. So 265 is our facilities budget. So that's public works facilities. This is where all of the facilities maintenance, repair, and alteration costs come from. So 818, as I mentioned, is HVAC, electrical, plumbing, mechanical repairs, maintenance, alterations in our facilities, sometimes in parking lots, depending on the asset, and within our parks. So the general public works personnel or facilities, public works personnel here. The deputy director is a split percentage. He may actually be 100% because back when we did our splits, there was a director and a facilities manager, so the facilities manager came entirely out of the facilities department. Custodial maintenance, we have 2 custodians. Their salaries are both paid out of this. So the accomplishments, and it's one sentence, but it is a large one. We are doing preventative maintenance for all mechanical in all city buildings. And preventative maintenance is always cheaper than reactive maintenance. Simple things like a furnace filter could save you the cost of replacing a furnace 3 years, 4 years, 5 years earlier. Belts, hoses are a lot cheaper than catastrophic failures. And not only that, but when you do preventative maintenance, there are no disruptions to service either. So cost efficiency, the deferred capital investment projects. So we have deferred capital investment projects in our facilities based on the strategic facility plan. We started with a very, very large list of needs, and then we pared that down based on the strategic facility plan, which came from the, I know I should have wrote this down because I always forget the name for it, but the committee that Councilmember Donnie Johnson was on, the facilities committee is just what I'll call it, but we had a resident task force that developed the strategic facility plan. We used that to make smart cuts where we were able to our facilities capital asks. We stopped using additional contractual maintenance for regular cleaning. This is a small amount of money, but when we, as a part of that strategic facility plan, pulled away from the community center, we lost a need for contractual custodial maintenance through attrition in that building. But we also use them to supplement our custodial maintenance over weekends, sometimes at night in the police department to do special cleanings there and in the parking office. And that puts a little bit more pressure on our custodians and the parking department to maintain their own facilities, but that was removed from the budget. Custodial maintenance in this building also handles painting projects. They've been painting this entire room, upstairs, downstairs. Most of City Hall at this point has been painted. The same can be said of the police department. They also have done some painting at DPW. And again, I'll mention that consistent preventative maintenance does lower the overall cost for maintenance. So this is another one, less of a trend. It goes up, goes down, it goes up. Forecasted is always going to be high because, again, every year we revisit, we realize that we don't have money to do the repairs to these end-of-service life mechanical assets, so that budget comes back down. I believe this is projected high, so you see the 2.1 million because the purchase of the Comerica Bank lot near Fire Station 2 is included in this budget, so that's why you see the big jump there. And then again, we're forecasting a lot because we use a condition assessment and strategic facility plan to come up with numbers for each building in the city portfolio, and that is the cost to, at a minimum, maintain the buildings that we currently have.
Real quick, before we move on from that, the purchase of the 1000 East 9 Mile location being included in this, I'm curious about that because didn't we use, I can't remember what the name of the funding source is for that.
OPEB? It was a loan from the OPEB trust?
Yeah, so there is an equivalent transfer in on the revenue side, but it still has to hit some department's expense line item. So that's why we just called it out as an anomaly, but it is equal sides of the equation, both revenue and expenditure.
Great, okay, thank you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, on the revenue, there's a transfer in OPEB fund. Oh, I like that it's a granular object account like that. Great.
It's just 1.2 million, yeah.
Yeah, that's just great.
Yeah, so 1.2 is obviously visible in 2025, as we've noted. And then just to kind of show how the trends are. So we have needed consistently more than we have been funded, and that's across all city buildings. You'll see outdoor parks, parking lots, sanitations. Those are what they say they are, and the other ones are buildings, city halls, usually bundled with police station because it's a combined campus. Department of Public Works is one of the buildings that had, it's not just because I'm there, it's because it is one of the buildings that wasn't supposed to be replaced, so it made more sense to do additional investment in that building. Parking lots, I believe a lot of this work, the reason for the large gap there is we were going to replace the decorative light poles, which are approaching 30, 35 years old and past the end of service life. So facilities maintenance capital costs. So for 2026, after we pared back, these are all areas with reduced scope. As I mentioned, parking lot, we prioritized, reprioritized, prioritized again, and came up with one parking lot. So $75,000 is what it would cost to replace decorative poles with Cobra style pay-per fixture cost through DTE. And when that is in front of council, I do have data that kind of breaks down why that's the recommendation and then goes over budget numbers for replacing them internally versus using DTE and paying a per fixture rate. So DPW's HVAC controls and repairs, that is a large group of HVAC work that just needs to happen. Our furnace and air handler unit in the admin area is no longer a furnace, air handler, and AC unit, so our supervisor and foreman offices won't have cooling until we do these. It makes sense since our control system is aging and needs to be replaced to bundle that with the HVAC units. The front office HVAC unit is included because it is 27 years old and in disrepair, and we will be lucky if it makes it through this summer. We also have exhaust fans in the mechanics garage and throughout the new garage that need to be replaced, as well as the sensors that are attached to them. Police and City Hall, critical AHU repairs. The air handler, McQuay air handler units were built along with the building in 1966. They're old, they're in disrepair. We should invest a little bit of money on making sure that they're continue to work. Fire Station HQ, critical boiler repairs and dispatch mini split. The boiler this year has been interesting. It has not done well for the last month. Luckily, we're warming up because we need to invest some money in figuring out why it's doing what it's doing. And I'll say that it's not just the boiler, it's the fact that that building was built in the 50s, and it is a water boiler system, and we have radiators that are 50 years old and used to be 2-inch diameter pipes, have seen so much metal. It's just like, I always use the clogged artery example. It is a pipe that used to be 2 inches, and now it is about a 1/2 inch, and we have to pass all the heat for that building through that 1/2 inch crud-filled line. And part of what we cut here was doing additional HVAC work at the fire department. So, also additionally, dispatch needs a mini split. They haven't had AC for a while. They've been relying on 2 window units, which is not ideal. It's an area that is a sleeping quarters for firefighters, so it's something that we need to prioritize. Southwest Transfer Yard improvements and replacement. Strategic facility plan called for some reinvestment at a new location. Potentially, we do need to replace the salt barn. The salt barn's in disrepair. We cannot do any of those things until we have clarity on the location that we're going to build them. So that has been delayed until we're able to reevaluate the strategic facility plan.
My first question is going to be, how many boilers do we actually have in service right now? Which firehouse, City Hall?
So you're not just waiting in silence while I count on my fingers. Fire Station 1, Fire Station 2, DPW, City Hall PD has a shared, that's 5. Historical Museum has 6. And then we have a few other buildings that don't have boilers but have heating and cooling.
Okay, just curious. Because thinking about the fire station having a critical boiler situation.
Courthouse?
I don't think the courthouse has a boiler.
I don't believe they do have a boiler, but I'll say that the courthouse is due for a condition assessment that details all those things, puts service life at all those, and projects out maintenance cost over time.
Yeah, so I asked because replacing a boiler is an incredibly expensive thing. And, making sure, this was a concern of mine when I chaired the facilities steering and the task force for the city prior to my election. And, I would note that boilers were an item of concern for me then, making sure that we're really staying on top of that life cycle and that we're doing the annual startup and shutdown maintenance cycles and the flushes and things like that to avoid that kind of buildup in the lines, which is obviously not our issue. That's from the 50s. I mean, that we didn't cause that. That's just life. But, kind of adding that in as part of our broader CIP, just making sure that boilers specifically are brought in because your whole facility becomes unusable.
Yep, and I will say that is when I mentioned an accomplishment being putting all these buildings on preventative maintenance. HVAC is a huge cost upfront for preventative maintenance, but it does pay quickly in avoiding reactive maintenance.
And my second question is about the repair and maintenance garage for the fleet. I've toured it a few times in my life here in Ferndale, but I can't remember what the age and condition of the garage. So I'm thinking of the hoists and the lifts and things like that. How are we on the age and state of condition of those?
That is the oldest building in the city portfolio. The mechanics garage, parts of that building are the 20s. When it was built, it was in part built to service horse-drawn carriages. However, renovation, it is in good shape for its age. It was built solid, but it is lacking in technology. It is lacking on modern technology. It is an old building.
I'm just thinking from the perspective of the safety of the mechanics, you know, to bring a vehicle up on a lift or to hoist it.
I will say, so we do have one very old hoist that we don't use often. That is the one that's primarily for larger equipment. It's built into the floor. We did replace that with mobile lifts this last year, of which we have 6. We can safely pick up anything we need to. Those work well. And then we have 2 smaller lifts that I believe were purchased around 2010. So our lifts are safe. They are inspected annually.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chairs. So getting back to the boiler systems, our issue can't be unique with corrosion building up in these pipes. So I have to imagine that there's something out there that can be, you know, pumped into this closed circuit system to help remove, you know, or displace, you know, a lot of that sediment that's built up so that it opens up the diameter. You know, like I said, I can't believe that we're unique in that. You know, there's thousands of buildings across the country that have old systems.
That's a good thought, and I'm not sure if there is or is not a technology that would be cost effective, but typically what would happen is the pipes would just be replaced. So after 50 or 60 years of service, they've reached the end of their service life. At that point, for the most part, unless a technology exists that I'm unaware of, it's more cost effective to remove them, replace them with new, and then keep the system in service for another 50 years.
But it's not just the pipes. I mean, it's the radiators themselves, you know, and those are costly to repair.
I think the issue, if I understand, because I've kind of had to look into this as well, I think the issue is that the struggle with having a chemical solution was that everything that's been come up with has been too corrosive. It's essentially like yes, you remove
a flint. It's essentially a flint.
You remove the buildup in the pipe, but you also begin to structurally damage the pipe itself. And so that's the balance I don't think has been found yet, because I'm also trying to find that solution, is how do I avoid replacement if I can just run something through it for a few hours and it, you know, cleans it out.
Okay, thanks.
You.
CLR. That's what I'm looking for, right?
Okay.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. So I'll be presenting the Community and Economic Development Department budget overview. So I'll first start with staffing. When I came in May of 2022, we had 9 to 10 employees. And I say 9 to 10 because one was a CDM fellow that the state paid for, and then one was our previous planner that was high hour part-time. But originally we had 9 to 10 employees. Currently we have a total of 6 with 1 vacant. Now the CD department is lucky in that we can work to offset the cost to provide service. We can work to offset some, most, or all of those costs, and I think we are a net neutral department. So we pay for all of our staff through the services we charge for. So when I go through each position, I try to silo them into the revenue that comes in for them. So I'll skip me as director, but the building official, they generate building permit revenue. We do pretty good there. So the building permit revenue offsets the building official completely. On each permit, we charge an administrative cost to schedule the permit, process it, get it approved, set up scheduling. So for the administrative cost on each permit, that offsets Kathy's pay completely. I put one full-time equivalent rental inspector and code enforcement officer, because if you remember, they split duties. But if I just silo them into the position, the rental inspector generates revenue from the rental inspection program that completely offsets their cost to the city. And then recently we've made changes to CDBG, so you know that we're taking in money to offset the code enforcement officer completely. The current planner position is vacant, but there are a number of things we've done to close the gap for the planner position and the director position in terms of what it costs for them. So I'm going to run through some things that we've done in the past. Some of these are highlighted there on the right side, some aren't. But if you recall, we sold 5 properties. We kind of remember the Horton Street property as one of them. Those generated $179,000 in revenue to the city. Those were received through tax foreclosure over the years. It's important to note those are one time. We only have so many properties to sell, so once that is completed, there is no additional revenue there. But in the past, we've sold $179,000 of properties. We do have one property to sell on Hilton Street. I estimate for fiscal year 26, that'll be $70,000. So the properties that we've looked at our portfolio, we're talking small infill lots that we could sell, has generated $249,000 for the city. We also own 3 homes that we bought through tax foreclosure, if you remember, in 2018 or so. The Bennett property, Inman and Stratford property. We put those back on the market, and we're able to sell those. And the total revenue generated from that was $79,505. CDBG, which is on your right-hand side, we were able to go back and reallocate previous monies for different programs. And for previous years, up including this year, that was able to generate $300,000 to offset previous code enforcement or this year's code enforcement. Pleasant Ridge, when I got here, we do provide them building services. So the contract called for $40,000 a year to offset their costs. I went and looked at what we are providing them and the costs we're incurring. Went back and renegotiated to increase that from last year to $55,000. This year, fiscal year 25, it goes to $60,000 plus an inflation rate multiplier. So we were able to capture about an additional $20,000 a year there. Very small one, but if you remember the Caribou Coffee, I don't know if you remember the license agreement we did, there's a wall on the alley, and part of our property is near their property, so they needed to use that for the drive-through. We negotiated a $1,000 a year license agreement for that. And also, previously, we did not charge for economic development reviews when someone came in for an incentive request. So off of 141 Vester and 1200 West 9 Mile, we were able to cost account for our services. That includes the city manager, myself, the city attorney, and that has the city generating from those two about $20,000. On your right-hand side, some of these I've covered, but CDBG, we got that back on track. We are auditing all of our active brownfields, so we're nearing the end of that. Refunding brownfields yearly is hard because there's state laws about which tax jurisdictions can be refunded, which ones can't or captured. So we're finding some things to correct in there, nothing of substance. As you know, we did receive a $380,000 OLSA grant last year for the next 2 years, so that was a major accomplishment. We were able to complete the Iron Ridge development, or most of it. Shepherd House, you're familiar with. 141 Vester should be groundbreaking soon. Iron Ridge is the apartment complex east on Bermuda, but also there's all that commercial development on the west side that is getting tenants in as we speak.
Well, through the chair, there's actually 3 phases to that. There's 2 other properties that they're developing south of there that I believe they broke ground on one of them, but they haven't started a third.
Correct. So the big apartment complex is phase 1. That's completed. That's generating revenue for the city. They're remodeling all the commercial on the west side, which is slowly getting new tenants in, which we're excited for. And then there's 2 actually apartments, very small apartments, maybe 8 units.
One's like 12 and the other's like 8 something, something like that.
Sure. So that officially hasn't broken ground yet, but that'll be additional revenue for the city. And then 2 big things we did in the last couple of years was the master plan update and the code rewrite. The code rewrite is great because it allows a lot more administrative approval, saving time from going to planning commission. So that's really great.
Through the chair, I did want to go back to one of the other items that you talked about early. You mentioned the 3 properties that the city had purchased. And that was a project several years ago that we tried to attempt to avoid people who owned the home from being pushed out of their home. They were being foreclosed on for taxes, and the homeowners couldn't afford them. So the city purchased them for back taxes and made agreements with the homeowners for them to stay in their homes. Wasn't a really great project, first of all, but part of the agreement, because I think you said the amount that we sold them for, the 3 properties, was like $97,000? $79,000. And the reason that amount for 3 houses is so small is the problem is the city buying properties for back taxes can't sell them for huge profits. We could only sell them for what we paid and any improvements we made on the properties. Correct me if I'm wrong, you're not.
Correct. When a property goes into tax, the old way, because now the state law has changed, when the property went into tax foreclosure, the county would offer it in a row to like the state, the county, the city. It's called a first round. In that first round, if you exercise it, you are not supposed to make money off of it. If no one exercises the option, then it goes to a second round that we could purchase it, and then at that point you can. For these properties, we were able to get maybe a $7,000 administrative cost, but we did have to spend a lot of time working with people, visiting them on site. So you're correct.
Yeah, we just didn't have the resources to be able to maintain that type of a project. It was a nice thought to try to keep, people that were in their home, that had lived in their homes for a number of years. But it just wasn't something that the city could manage. We shouldn't be in the business of property owners, landlords. So I just wanted to make sure that was clarified for anybody that remembers kind of how that all started out.
Yeah, we started it, I think the previous director started it. COVID was in full swing or starting to be in full swing. Regardless, we were able to get out of it and get all the utility bills paid back. A person did purchase it. I think the agreement was for 5 years. They have to offer it to low-income residents, or those on, I should say, Section 8. And he did in total, for all 3 units, put probably $125,000. So the city owned it, we're tax exempt. It transferred uncapped to a private person, so we have that revenue, and then he invested more than $100,000 in all of them. So it has the city in a net positive position.
So how often, so I guess for the right of first refusal, in first round right of first refusal, how many properties typically are we seeing per year that are Ferndale properties that would be in the right of first refusal each year?
At this point, very few. Post-recession, 2012, 13, 14, there was probably many, but at the time, we didn't also have the money to do anything with.
Sure.
But now, I think last year was one. The state law did change, so before, if you were a person who owned your home and, you didn't pay your taxes, maybe you never got noticed, you heard about people swooping in and buying a cheap home from somebody who didn't know. Now the state law changed that the assessor has to offer it for the appraised or assessed value, and then it gets bid up. So really, there's no more longer sliding in and getting a property in Ferndale. Now in other jurisdictions, Detroit, that there is a house that it doesn't have a demand and no one takes it, then the price will go down, you can get it cheaper. But the days of getting a cheap home on tax foreclosure is done with. But I think last year was one.
And then my second part of this question is probably more to Phil, but thinking about folks that are, properties, do we have a sense of what delinquency rates are on an annual basis for homeowners?
Not directly, but I can pull that information out to
Okay.
Oakland County to see what we have.
And when delinquencies are occurring, I presume that Oakland County is using a delinquent tax revolving fund to pay us through the, delinquencies. I'm just curious, on an annual basis, what kind of chargebacks do we see, if any? I would assume not very many, because not many homes are moving to foreclosure and tax sale, but just curious about the DTRF chargebacks. I know it's not going to be a lot, but just would like to know.
I'll get that to you.
Roger, just something, just when you have time, could I see that audit of all the active brownfields? Is there something that maybe you can break down for me to just see? And also, can I also see the current application that is utilized for that?
Sure. So the brownfields are being audited currently. We generally do not have a proactive meeting with the Brownfield Authority. So once the audit is complete and I have all of them in a row, we're planning on having a first brownfield meeting and annually thereafter to update them on how it's performing. We do have a decent checklist for finance to correct some errors that I can share. Some of them are very basic, like over-collected $2 in the public advertising tax, return it to that fund. It's a lot of nuanced corrections, but I can send that to you. The application, we might have something on Seamless Docs. Usually someone just calls me directly and applies, but I can see what we have for an application.
All right, thank you.
So when the audits are complete, why don't we just go ahead and assume that we should have essentially a brownfield presentation to the council with an update on all the brownfields?
I hope in the next month, but it's probably going to be 2 or 3.
Yeah.
The next slide is about trends. This is hard to be accurate when you're projecting because revenues and expenditures, this doesn't account for any grants we receive. So take the OLSA grant, I don't think that's factored in, or any grant that pops up next week. That'll change the revenue and projections, but it's probably close. And go back. There we go. And then notable changes, I've talked about some of them, but we do have a sale of a city property, at Academy in Hilton. We also have a property for sale currently. It's been on the market for about a year at Wanda and Bennett. It's right at the train tracks and the building that was just torn down. We're getting no bites on that one, but the one at Academy in Hilton I would expect would have multiple bidders and close for fiscal year 26. Director Jamieson mentioned vehicle leases. We have 4 CED vehicles. I don't know the exact mileage, but they range from about 11,000 to 18,000 miles. I mean, we put very low miles on our vehicles. They're in great shape, so we will keep them for as long as possible. The good thing, too, when we purchase vehicles, they come out of our building permit revenue, so it's no cost to the general taxpayer. Mentioned CDBG, so going forward, we'll be collecting CDBG funds of about $85,000 to offset code enforcement completely. Brownfields, we are looking at, we mostly in the past have done a 5% admin fee. There's a couple we need to amend for various reasons with the developer, so I'm really trying to go to a 10% admin fee. We'll see how that goes. That'll be in the audit. And then as we mentioned under staffing, there's decreased full-time staff in planning. And in total in the building division, we're talking 3 to 4 people, 3-ish, for general fund. So with that said, that concludes the CED. I'm happy to answer any questions.
One question I have on revenues is I noted that we have revised our marijuana licensing revenue down to 385, down from 399. Obviously not a game-changing amount of money, but I'm just curious, is this because we're seeing just a cooling of the revenue stream, or like what's motivating that sort of downward?
I think that's generally a couple of the marijuana retailers not doing the medical marijuana license. So some of them had both the recreational and medical. Based on my conversation with them, medical constitutes like 1% of their sales. So a lot of them are going down in that.
They're giving up their medical.
They're giving up that one.
The medical license, and they're just keeping.
And I think that's 5,000. I feel like 3 of them maybe. Turned it back in.
Roger, with the 6 budgeted positions, do you have any contract employees that need to be accounted for in there?
Kind of. So glad you asked. So we do, minus any contract that's a limited term, say McKenna code rewrite, right? That's a specific thing. You approve it. When it's done, it's done. We do have trades inspectors. So our electrical inspector and our plumbing and mechanical inspector. We have contracts with their companies, and they come in and provide services. I would say for the trades, it's becoming nearly impossible to find people. Nowadays, I think Scott said there are 60 combo inspectors, meaning they can do mechanical and plumbing in the state left, and obviously they're aging and dropping off quickly. That's very valuable to have, so we don't have to set up an inspection for another inspection versus having a plumbing and mechanical come out. Both of them charge $50 per inspection. So Paul is a local resident. He does ours. He's great. Mark Booth comes down. He lives near Flint. He does us. He does Oak Park. He does a number of communities. We would love to hire one. First off, we don't have the full-time work of a full-time electrical or plumbing inspector. But to get a combo license, nowadays you have to become a journeyman for a while and then a master for a while. And no one's going to do that under plumbing and then, be making $120,000, $130,000, $40,000 a year, and then go back to mechanical as a journey person. So we're lucky to have him do that. It saves us a lot of time. But also the pay, we would pay trades if we could hire them probably $70,000 a year. They can go make $110,000, $20,000, $30,000, $40,000. So this is what most communities do in this. We've talked about regionalizing and maybe finding one electrical inspector, but they have ultimate flexibility. They can schedule when they want. But to answer your question, we kind of have two people that represent the city as employees, even though they're not, that are 1099. All right.
All right.
All right, good afternoon. Is it afternoon now?
It is.
So. Okay.
Good afternoon.
So I'm going to be talking about, of course, our Parks and Recreation Department budget. And we pretty much fall under, for the most part, two different accounts. The Parks, which we also share with our DPW, and then Recreation. So I'll talk about Parks first. And with our Parks as well, none of our staff fall under Parks. All of our staff falls under the Recreation side, and SMART as well. And so with our Parks in the last couple years, actually to date and upcoming, we have 3 major park renovation projects, which include the Wilson Park that was just mainly, we had a ribbon cutting last October, and we're just putting some finishing touches on, but the park is open and fully operational now. We also have the Martin Road Park improvements, where we have the 4 pickleball courts, full court basketball, some pavilions, and accessibility amenities that were also upgraded in that park, and that is operational as well, with a few minor things have to conclude for that project that'll be done within the next month or so. And then lastly, one of the big projects is the Martin Road Park service building. And all 3 of those projects, we were able to get over $3 million in grant funds for. So we're pretty excited about being able to lessen the impact on the general fund by being able to create more grant funding to cover those costs. I would say for our parks, since we started making improvements, they have been well received. About a year ago, we had a report pulled for us, and it showed that Geary Park alone, after it received its improvements and we activated the park, had about 108,000 visitors in 1 year. The week that we actually had our skate jam last year in June, we had 4,000 visitors just in that week alone, which is mainly due to that event. So I will say that we definitely serving the community. We're realizing the master plan and all the hard work that not only the city staff put into it, but the residents have as well to make their park dreams come true. So to talk about some of our major accomplishments, for the Wilson Park project, we did receive an MParks, which is Michigan Parks and Recreation Association, our state recreation agency. We received the design award for that park, where we just presented that at the state conference earlier this month. I've already mentioned that we're almost complete with the Martin Road Park project that started last fall. We've secured several capital improvement grants for all the projects that I listed, plus others, which include grant funding from the Michigan Department of National Resources, Oakland County Parks, American Bloom, Ralph C. Wilson, received state legislature grant, as well as HUD grants and a few other ones as well. Right now, we have secured a $100,000 grant that we were awarded from MDNR Land and Water Conservation Fund for Harding Park for the inline skating rink project. And so with that, we are planning to utilize a patronacy crowdfunding grant to actually fund the remaining funds for that, which will hopefully kick off in June. And like I mentioned, the parks are going well. All the renovations are being used. We had people, as soon as we put up the pickleball course, they're like, when are the nets coming in? I'm like, well, it's winter, so we're gonna have to wait till spring. And then spring is here, and it's like, are the nets coming up? And DPW was already on it, and they're out there, and that same day, people have been using it ever since. Any questions on our side of parks before I turn it over to DPW?
So 101751 is the DPW Parks and Recreation or Parks and Forestry Maintenance and Repair budget. Again, this is a budget that's primarily used to maintain and repair city property, specifically our parks. Training, conferences, vehicles, equipment, materials, and related to parks and forestry work. So the general public works personnel, our customer service rep, and one of our supervisors, he is technically split with highway, 751, parks, and general fund. 3 ways comes from this fund as well, and this fund pays for 4 full-time equivalent laborers. Major accomplishments for this department: we removed over 50 dangerous trees last year. That doesn't sound like a large feat, but these are large trees. They do take time to take down, and that's more than we've done in the past few years. Our forestry program is actually doing great, and it's one of those things where you compare it a lot to virus inoculation. The results aren't always clear because people don't get sick, and we see that same thing. The results aren't always clear and obvious, but when there is a storm or high winds like we had about a week ago and we don't have any emergency call-ins, that is the fruit of our labor. Trimming and prioritizing all the planning that goes into that and all the work we've done in the last 2 years is what keeps us from coming in the middle of the night to remove a tree from a roadway or a sidewalk or a park. We've trimmed trees last year on all of our major infrastructure project streets. We are completing a few more streets this year ahead of the paving program. That's something we do every year. Picked up CED grass at the end of the year. This isn't a large lift because we only did it for about a month and it was at the end of the season, but they had an issue with their contractor returning to work. DPW did step in and maintain those properties for CED. Supplemental contract tree cutting by doing the groundwork. So we do have a modest budget for tree removals that are outside of our equipment or expertise. If it's over 70 feet, we don't have a crane. Sometimes large equipment that requires a crane that is under 70 feet requires a contractor or work close to utilities. To supplement that, since we do this all the time, we have our contractor remove it, drop it down, and then we process it ourselves, dispose of it to save a little bit of cost. We also, in some of the park improvement projects, as DPW labor is available, if we can schedule it, we can typically perform work at a better rate than would happen through the contract. And then in this case, the Wilson Park Improvement Project, we hydro-seeded the entire park at a much better rate than we would have paid a contractor to do the same thing. I think I hand this back over.
Before you take off, the previous slide with the 4 laborers, are those all full-time W-2 non-seasonal employees?
those are all full-time. And I can share with council, I put together the personnel numbers that you requested, so that way you can see them side by side by fund. I'll share that.
Great, thank you.
All right, back again. So now I'm going to talk about the recreation side of things, and I'm going to start with our vision. Our vision is that we create our community through people, parks, and programs, and we pride ourselves on that. To date, we service over 7,151 participants as per our registration software, and we also have over 264 memberships, and that's mainly between our dog park and our senior group. For staffing, we have 4 full-time and 5 part-time team members, and that is I'm sorry, lost my train of thought there. And that's to cover all of our programming, which includes youth and adult sports and enrichment programs, our aquatics program, our special events, our seniors, our smart transportation program, grant writing, all the park programs that we offer, partnerships that we have and that we continue to create, especially for usage of buildings so we can offer more programming, our summer camp, our rentals, and our dog park. 2 of those positions are part-time SMART/senior positions, and is paid out of our SMART grants and not out of this budget. Some of the major accomplishments and highlights include our programs have been selling out. We've been doing really well, so we've been increasing the amount of people that have been attending our programs. We have more of a variety of programs that appeal to a broader crowd and demographic. Some of those include our water aerobics program, where we had to actually add additional classes because it sold out within hours. Our summer camp, which we just opened and is always selling out. So we're looking to expand as well those summer camps so we can offer more spots. And then our senior trips are doing really well. Our growing participation includes, like I mentioned earlier, like our youth sports, senior programming, and our aquatics. We're proud to say that, especially with our new, she's not new anymore, but Alicia has been doing a great job overseeing our senior program, and I would say that it's back to thriving like it was before COVID happened. The seniors are out, we have more trips, we have more events, we have new programs that we're offering, which is a major accomplishment for us, especially since we no longer have a senior center to host them, and we have a great partnership with Hazel Park to do that and to keep it going. Some of the cost savings that we have are, again, our grant funded positions for SMART. So that's not taken out of the general fund, but 100% SMART funded. We've also raised over $13,000 in sponsorship and funding and services for our different programs that we offer, and we're projected to raise a total of $16,000 this year. And then we are actively working on leveraging partners to use their facilities, and I'm having agreements that we currently have with them that we may not have used to the full benefit, but we're working on that and getting new partners as well. And so we are expanding, we are saving funds for not having to rent other facilities to be able to hold programs, and we're really trying to just work on expanding and using what we have. So the trends, you see it goes up and then it tapers back down. And if you look from the fiscal year 23 to 26, we've raised over $3.24 million. Of course, this is expenses, but that's not shown here in all of the park projects that we have over the span of those 3 years. And where you see it going up in fiscal year 26 is mainly because of all the projects that we have or just completed, especially the project that we will be starting for the Martin Road Park Service Facility. Here it shows that it crosses over into fiscal year 27. However, we are on track of actually starting that project and finishing it in this current fiscal year. So this will be adjusted, and that's what was mentioned earlier. So this will be adjusted and show that all those expenses, as well as the revenues, should be realized in fiscal year 26. I also want to note that for the recreation side of this, a lot of this, the budget is mainly because of parks and the capital improvements, and the recreation side of this budget represents about 11% overall in fiscal year 26. Okay. I'll turn it over to DPW again. We'll tag team here.
I should have stayed closer. So park sidewalk path improvements, this is something that we got a grant through the county for. It's 80-20 split. So grant funding pays for about $226,000. City pays for about $56,000. We are going to kick that project off actually in 2 to 3 weeks. Replace tractor 703, so capital costs, again, similar to 441 and 443, are mostly for vehicles and equipment. 703 tractor, I believe we have an old Ford that was purchased in the mid-90s. It is what we would typically use to drag ball fields. We can also put a large 8-foot mower deck on the back of it. We use it all summer long. Cost of that's about $60,000.
All right, I think this is the last one. Maybe not. Some of our capital costs, we have, as I mentioned earlier, Harding Inline Replacement Project. We've raised, it's a $225,000 project. We've raised $100,000 already through MDNR, Land and Water Conservation Fund, and we're looking to we are working with the Patronicity crowdfunding grant, where you raise 50% of the amount and they will match that amount. But however, if you don't raise the total amount, you only get what you raise and they will not match. So we are pretty confident we will raise the amount, which would be the remaining $125,000, where the city would need to raise $62,500 and Patronicity will match $62,500. However, whatever we don't raise, the city could just fill in that gap to get us to the 62.5, and the Patronicity will still match the 62.5. So worst case scenario, with the Patronicity grant, the city may need to come up with 62.5, up to 62.5. I hope that made sense and I didn't confuse you all. All right, and then secondly, we have our Martin Road Park Service Building. Again, like I mentioned earlier, it's about $1.85 million that's budgeted as of now for that, and that will all be realized in the fiscal year 26, not 27. We are in the process of submitting our grant application, which went before council at the last council meeting, or early meeting in March, about a Martin Road Playground Replacement Project. We currently have an old play structure that's over 25 years old, hasn't been usable in the last year or so. It's underwater, it's in a flooded area, it's not unsafe. There's one structure that actually was recently damaged that needs to come down. And with all the new improvements and all the amount of people that will be coming to Martin Road Park and with the facility, we need to replace that playground. And that project is around is $300,000. So we're applying for $150,000 from MDNR, and we would match $150,000. We also have an Oakland County grant that is one of the scope items is to pay for a piece of equipment that we can also use as part of this MDNR match. And then the remaining $100,000, about $100,000, will need to be raised, whether that's from additional grants. We will be seeking general fund sponsorships, so on and so forth. Are there any questions for Parks and Recreation? All right, thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
We are now at the point where it's lunchtime. I'm sure you're all ready to have that. But I just wanted to, before we break for lunch, I just wanted to say that I really appreciate the cost-saving efforts that all the departments are trying to make. They are going notice, so, and I think it's important for the community at large to hear that those efforts are being made. So what do we think? About a half hour for lunch?
Yeah.
Okay. We're breaking for lunch now, 12:20. 50. It looks like we're at the portion where it would be council discussion. Do we need any discussion or should we go forward?
Keep it moving.
Keep it moving? In that case, we are moving on then to non-general fund department highlights, starting with, I guess, major streets.
Yes, so the next section we'll use to cover all of the other major funds. We're not going to dive into every single special fund. You know, some of them, certainly if you have questions, let us know. But the majors would include major street, local street, sanitation, downtown development authority, auto parking, and water and sewer.
All right.
So local and major streets, funds 202 and 203, major streets, of which we have 54 miles, we have, or I'm sorry, vice versa. Major streets, we have 20 miles, and then we have about 54 of local streets. So these funds are what pay for major and local roadway and right-of-way maintenance and repair on those roadways. Again, as always, training, conferences, vehicles, equipment, materials. Additional to this fund is pavement repairs, catch basin repairs, curb and sidewalk work, and eventually some district tree trimming. In the general public works personnel, here again, there's a split for the director, the admin manager, CSR, and one of the supervisors. And then these two funds pay for 6 laborers. I believe the split is 3 and 3. The accomplishments for these departments, we've installed internally over 40 tons of asphalt, poured 30 yards of concrete for road repairs. That is work that we do not contract out. We do that internally. Another big portion of the work that they do on the highway crew is inspect and repair 400 catch basins. We do that many a year. We have roughly 2,000, and then last year we started a 5-year maintenance cycle for those inspections and maintenance. And within that, I believe last year rebuilt 24 to 30 catch basins. Cost efficiency, so the road repairs are performed internally. We do it at a better rate than what it would cost if we contracted out road repairs. Salt spreader calibration, snow emergency, which kind of went over in the snow presentation. We save a lot of money in material costs by calibrating our salt spreaders and equipment. We also craft our policy and procedure in a way that efficiently does maintenance to keep roads open. MDOT interlocal agreement pays for basically itself. Department of Public Works maintains Woodward and 8 Mile. That's snow repairs. We obviously don't do the resurfacing project, but everything else we do. So we clean catch basins, we sweep the streets, and MDOT pays us for labor, equipment, and benefits to do that work.
Sorry, through the chair. So part of this fund also, we receive money from Act 51, correct?
Yes, Act 51 comes back into this as revenue.
Okay. Does Act 51 go into any other fund, or is this the only fund that Act 51 supports?
Traditionally, and I believe only can go into 202 and 203. Yep, and those are restricted. If you were to look at the line-by-line item for this budget, you would see that there's a lot more individual accounts, and that's, I believe Phil could answer, but partially because Act 51 dollars are audited and tracked, and they have to be categorized and maintained in a certain way, and it's a lot more complex than a regular budget.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. So these expenses track the FYE 2026. The reason that that is higher is we do, man, why is that high? That's a good question. I should have brought my laptop. And these are mostly, again, as with all of our other departments, it's capital expenses, so equipment, vehicles. The one difference here is that some of the major streets, actually, that part of the reason that's so high is because we're doing 9 Mile from Livernois to Woodward in 2026. That is grant funded. I believe it's an 80-20 split through the county, and that I don't think the revenue is accounted for yet until we get closer to that. The local paving program that we're supplementing with 202 and 203, this is the 10th year of the program, so the last year of the program, so our expenses for that will come down, and that is mostly funded through 450. So as that comes down, again, we're spending district trimming cost through these to maintain the right-of-way. Those trees are all located next to the street, so we're able to spend money for that from these funds. So local and major streets capital costs, we have Hilton Road resurfacing this year. That should begin in July. That is a grant that we got that covers about $911,000 of that project. The city cost is about $187,000. That stretch of roadway between 9 Mile and Woodward Heights is 26 years old. We typically go out for any of our major roadway projects for county funding to repave them, and usually it's about a 80-20 grant. We do some of the major resurfacing through the local program, but most of the time we try to wait until we have grant funding to do those road resurfacing projects. This year, we mentioned the Southwest Yard and the Salt Dome. We had more money booked to do replacement, but again, until we have a little bit of clarity, this strategic facility plan has delayed this work a little bit. The first step in that process is to do a feasibility study and figure out what's possible if we don't end up going to 965 Wanda and we stay at the Southwest Yard, the current location. And then just to mention, it's a modest program, but it is one that we do every other year in line with crack sealing. So every other year we do crack sealing, pavement marking. Pavement marking will take place later this year in the fall. So notable changes, as I mentioned, we're taking money, expense from the general fund using 202 and 203 Act 51 dollars to do additional tree maintenance in the right-of-way to catch up on some of the deferred maintenance backlog. Salt barn replacement, Southwest Yard reconfiguration has been delayed. 10-year local paving program is coming to an end, so there will be less supplemental spending consistently through 202 and 203 to pay for those projects. And as I mentioned, the majors, most of that is paid for through a grant match through the county.
We're not laughing at you, Jim. I'm so sorry. What are we using our Metro Act funds for? What specific functions?
Pavement maintenance. So in 202, 203, again, we have operating supplies, contractual maintenance, repair and maintenance, capital projects, training, memberships. So in this, there are things like sign stock. So for materials, operating supplies, like 203 would be the residential streets. So if we have street signs that need to come down, go back up, that's pavement repairs, asphalt. We do catch basin inspections, anything that's on the streets. When I say that supplements the local paving program, there are certain costs that weren't covered by that bond. So when we do additional work, converting part of a roadway into a bicycle lane, the extra road striping, things like that that are needed for that project comes out of 202 and 203.
Understood. I think my question is a little bit more specific than that. So we get 48,500 per year under the Metro Act.
Right.
And that's, I'm curious what specifically, because that has restricted uses. So there are specific things that Metro Act funds, and that's the Metropolitan Extension of Telecommunications Right-of-Way Act. It's Public Act 48. So these are your Act 48 Metro funds, but they have to be used like in these very specific ways. And so I'm just wondering if we're being creative about how we're using it. I know it's not a lot of money, but again, it's like, trees that are potentially interfering in the telecommunication rights of way, which could be a way for us to tackle sort of visibility issues we've been receiving from, I'm just trying to think creatively about how we can find eligible uses of these funds. And since it's, you know, our revenue is 48.5 per year, it's not like the biggest chunk of money to divert from what we're currently doing, but thinking about if we can find uses that are eligible under PA 48, but could also, secondary effect, accomplish some of the things we're trying to accomplish for residents in areas, like maybe we would be eligible to bring down obstructive trees or fix certain sidewalk issues that are adjacent to the telecom right-of-way that run, you know, parallel. So I'm just kind of thinking like, if there's something creative we can do to turn these dollars into something that's even more visibly impactful for residents. So just putting, that's not a, I don't need a response, just putting it out there.
Got it. Thank you. So moving on to the next DPW special fund, it is the sanitation fund. Yeah, and I don't know the sanitation rates that well, so maybe Phil would be better with questions, but you can see we did a sanitation rate study recently. We realized that some changes needed to be made. I think Plant Moran finished that. Phil, was that last year?
You're off to a good start. But again, the table that you see in front of you includes the sanitation rates based off of the study that Plant Moran did for us about a year ago. And as you can see, the projected rate of increase is about 12.5 year over year to be able to fully support that system. And so, again, the rates that you see for single family, R1, R2, R3 have all increased. And you also notice the addition of the restaurant tier, which we had discussed last year during the rate study. And so the restaurants will be assessed the sanitation rate different from what it was done before, because previously they were lumped in with commercial and churches, and so it was decided to break those out, and so they'll get a separate rate for their sanitation, which will be new for 26.
So overview of the 226 budget, that's for, again, sanitation, maintenance, and repair, training, conferences, vehicles, equipment. Importantly, the residential leaf collection, street sweeping, recycling, and refuse hauling comes from this budget, including the chipper, landscape bags, a couple of which I'll mention are special recycling events. General Public Works personnel, again, there's a split for the director, the admin manager, and the CSR. The zero waste manager is funded out of this account, and there are 3 laborers for DPW that are booked here as well. So the accomplishments, we sweep over 70 miles of local streets and MDOT highways, so Woodward and 8 Mile. We do so on a monthly basis for roughly 7 months of the year. Last year, we collected 9,860 yards of leaves, and this year's compost is basically last year's, the last few years' leaves. So the food scrap pilot program, which Logan can speak about, the pumpkin plot, the holiday heave, and the annual recycling event, all of those are ways that the city of Ferndale diverts a lot of waste, and those are supported through the 226 fund. Cost efficiency, we are a member of SACRA. They provide the refuse and recycling contracts, and we see a lot of cost because we're combining all of our bids and contracts with 12 neighboring communities. Again, this is the familiar line that we see because there are a lot of things that require emergency maintenance. That is why the forecast is higher. In addition to that, and we'll look at some of the capital projects, we do need to maintain 4 sanitation areas with trash compactors. We would like to add cardboard compactors, have an enclosure for grease, cardboard, and trash downtown. There are 4 locations. It's basically the 4 quads around 9 Mile and Woodward. So capital cost, refuse recycling, grease, compactor, and enclosure replacements, about $157,000. Do one site a year for 4 years, at least that's the plan. Residential trash carts, which is something that is on our capital program, we have pushed that to FYE 2027 to take advantage of the soccer contract renewals. Soccer and Ferndale's trash hauling contract is up for renewal along with everyone else in the organizations in 2027. There are probably 2 or 3 neighbors that will go to residential trash carts as well, which means that instead of seeking a bid for Ferndale's residents only, there would be 4 communities that would all look to get a price, and that means hopefully that our price would be better per unit cost if we're including them. Leaf Act 8333. So for the loose leaf collection, we were using leaf vac, well, we still are. So we used 4 leaf vacs. This year we used 5 because we bought a new one 2 years ago. We still need to replace 1 per year for the next 3 years. That's what we were, we have 3 left to replace. We've deferred for the last 2 years. We still need to replace 1 per year for 3 years, starting this year. So 8333 is a 1955 unit, and that is not a typo. And 834 and 835 are, I believe, sequential, 55, 56, 57. We've kept those in service for a long time. They are still running. They have carburetors. They go to a specialist, and I'm afraid that when he retires, there won't be anyone else left that can keep these things on the road for us. And they're not as efficient. They do the job, but they don't do the job well. When we have 4 modern, efficient pieces of equipment, we will be able to do that program in much less time. And then the mini sweeper. So we've deferred that because we kind of wanted to see how things work. We need a mini sweeper to do our bike lanes. The Woodward project doubled roughly our bike lanes, and we do sweep all of our roadways once a month. Bike lanes are part of that roadway. They need to get swept, not only so that they look nice, but because there are catch basins and stormwater systems in place there, and if we don't sweep, all of that goes in there, and then we have to do increased maintenance. So there's a cost, and this is an investment. And when we maintain those, the cost for emergency repairs is cheaper. And that's needed for bike lanes. It's also needed for the parking structure, parking lots, and this piece of equipment would get used in the larger facility garages at DPW.
So speaking of the sweeper for our bike lanes, which are on mostly our primary roads, is there any chance we can use Act 51 dollars for that? I mean, it's maintenance, right? It's maintenance of the roads. Why wouldn't we be able to use Act 51 dollars to purchase equipment to maintain the roads that Act 51 built?
I believe we would, and that would be a strategic decision. Act 51, there are several things that could qualify in for funding of different special funds, and it's just a council decision on which funds it should come from. Yep, and this is one of those costs. We have booked these costs traditionally in sanitation because we're sweeping the street, we're removing spoils and garbage from the street, and then getting rid of it through the sanitation. As the 10-year program comes to an end, there may be more of a fund balance available in those, and it may make sense to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you're curious, we do have 2 full-size street sweepers. So again, leaf vacs were deferred. It was about $110,000. We were supposed to spend $330,000 over the last 3 years, and we've just purchased the one, and we have extended that timeline out for what should have been 4 years over 6. Mini sweeper purchase, so yeah, that was deferred for a year. So we kind of see how maintenance looked on Woodward, and I'll say you're correct that there are others, and they're usually located on majors, so Hilton Road, Pinecrest, Livernois, 9 Mile, Marshall, there's some other areas. Woodward Heights is one that needs a specific sweeper dedicated to that because it's too narrow. Anywhere where you have those bump outs makes it difficult to use a full-size sweeper, if not impossible. And there's really just not a good way to do that work by hand when you're talking about a half a mile of roadway, or in Woodward's case, 2 miles of roadway, both sides.
So I think my first question is going to be about our waste hauling contract. And, well, I guess my first question is sort of a level setting question. No city employees or city vehicles are used for actual pickup and disposal of waste. That's entirely outsourced, right?
That is correct.
Right now, I'm curious about, so tipping fees are increasing quite substantially. New state policy regulation took a couple of the landfills offline that Southeast Michigan was using, no longer eligible. And so I'm wondering if we're starting to hear anything from car trucking or anybody in the industry about cost pressures that may occur when it comes time for renewing that contract, or, you know, those sorts of things, because presumably they're just, the tipping fees are baked into what we're paying, their assumptions, and I'm wondering if they've, you know, made adjustments to account for those sorts of changes that we're seeing in tipping fee costs.
Yeah, so Sacra's contract, and thus our contract with CAR, was a 10-year contract, and I can get numbers, don't remember off the top of my head, but they did have a annual increase, and I think that was a modest increase.
Yeah, that's my worry, is that the increase in
3% is what I'm remembering, and Logan is there with me, so I think it's around 3% per.
And then I have a question about the composting program and the food scrap pilot. So how's it going?
Yeah.
You know, how's it going? We've been doing it for a few years now. I live close to Wilson Park, so it's easy for me to go take stuff there, weather permitting. You know, are we seeing benefit from doing this? And what kind of return are we getting in terms of, you know, well, I guess the net good to the world. But
Sure.
other than that, you know, what kind of benefit are we getting from doing food scrap? Where do these food scraps go? What do they turn into? How does that benefit?
Absolutely. So we, the first year of the program, we collected about 160,000 pounds of food scraps.
Wow.
The second year was 208,000, and the third year, which was 2024, was 209,000. So very consistent. User data fluctuates a little bit as folks come in and out, you know, move, or, you know, maybe choose not to do the program. I've only spoken to, I would say, less than 5 folks who have tried to compost and then not continued. It's very, very low. So I think the biggest things that we hear from folks are, well, there's a historic compost culture in Ferndale, as it was. A lot of folks were composting in their backyard. I think a lot of folks like this because even if they are or were composting in their backyard, they're able to compost the compostable products, the meats, the bones, the grease, other things that you wouldn't be putting in your backyard compost, which can reduce the rat problems or rodent problems if folks aren't composting correctly, which is always a thought or a concern, right? That's not something that's well regulated, and, you know, there's no quality control for a backyard compost pile outside of the folks committing to that pile. So there's a significant benefit there. There is a benefit with the trash collection. So depending on, you know, the individual household, folks are seeing a reduction in the trash they're generating at home. For instance, I only take about 1 bag out a week, and it would be less if my partner allowed me to rinse off my meat packaging. So that's the only real, right? Else it'd be 2 or 3 weeks per bag of trash. So I think you're seeing a lot less trash that's going to the curb. In our case, that will be helpful when we consider a tip fee increase, assuming that state budget is approved. So that's going to be a positive, but I think, again, that's a pretty small percentage of it. That material is currently going to Wixom, to a public-private partnership between the city of Wixom and Spurt Industries. Spurt Industries just secured the contract for the Sacra composting site. Was that last month? Last month. So Part of the contract negotiation is we're hoping to see some changes to food scrap collection in Sacra specifically. There's a potential that food scraps will be allowed when the consent agreement at that compost site with Rochester Hills changes. So we would be able to potentially change our drop-off program and move more to a curbside residential program. We don't know until Sacra handles that with Rochester Hills, but we know there is a demand. We know that we're moving a lot of material, and that's not including the stuff that folks are putting in their compost pile or setting out to the curb with their yard waste, which they can do with their fruit and veggie scraps. Hopefully soon we'll be able to do more of that. So it's been very successful.
So, so one of the things that I have heard from residents and also seen just sort of in the, Ferndale, Pleasant Ridge Garden Group and all these other groups is, essentially a concern, the complaint about our compost, the compost that we put out in the parks, that it's just not a particularly good compost in that it's not nutritious. It's pretty much all brown and not all greens, and it's just not really particularly useful. You can use it as a fill or something like that, but it's not particularly good to grow in. And so I'm wondering, if we're shipping all of our very nutritious, organic food scraps out with this company, and it's going out to Wixom or Rochester Hills, and they're turning it into something valuable, what am I getting in return for that? I mean, they're taking our residents' very, very valuable food scraps, and presumably they're turning it into very valuable byproduct, and they are presumably then selling it and making a profit. So I'm just curious, how do we get something back?
Well, Jim, do you want to touch on that, or you want me to start?
I would say that that's a very good point, and that is why Sacra, as an organization, went in the direction they did. Prior to this year, Sacra would manage everything that we sent to them, and they were doing it modestly. It wasn't their primary objective. It wasn't the private industry. They weren't motivated to make a profit. So what we ended up having was a lot of compost. It wasn't great compost. It wasn't filtered. It wasn't screened. It wasn't mixed with other things. Rather than being disposed of, it was given back to the communities because we needed to get rid of it. Now, the partnership with Spurt means that we will have better product at our parks given to our residents. It is just going to be a higher quality product. It's not going to include food waste right now. They are going to make more money from using that Sacra site, but that will supplement the total cost that neighbors and ourselves, anyone in the organization, pays into that program.
Okay, so long story short, for purposes of a good talking point, if I'm talking to a resident, we can expect to see the quality of the compost that we're receiving back via this program improve.
That's correct.
Yes.
It will not be our food scraps. At first, it will not be our food scraps, but it will be, a higher, so in Wixom, that's USDA certified organic compost. We can expect that the compost that will come out of the facility over time will become higher quality and eventually be certified. And then you can look up the testing on Sacra's website and as well as Spurt's. It's higher quality product. The other aspect is, well, I guess we haven't worked out they haven't worked out those details with Rochester Hills yet, so no point in speculating. But.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's really helpful.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
On behalf of DDA, thank you for including us as the fun cousins who live in the basement. That's how I describe us to most folks, because we're kind of government party, but government adjacent, where we do fun things. We don't do all the same things that the rest of the city does. So wanted to speak to a few points that I am targeting more towards any residents who might be hearing this for the first time. I know you all to be very well informed on what we do as the DDA, but this helps when people call into question, like, what is the Downtown Development Authority doing? So the DDA in Ferndale was established in 1981. We were accredited with Main Street National, Main Street America in 2001, and then we were recognized with a national award in 2010 as a Great American Main Street. I'll touch on more in a few slides what this means for Ferndale and why it's distinct for us as a community. We employ 2 full-time staff persons, myself as executive director, and then also Summer Reilly as the engagement manager. And we have a few major contracts with other external partners or interlocal partners. That includes a social media manager for our Instagram, Facebook, all of that communication. We have a contract with DPW for downtown maintenance. And then this year we also piloted a new program for snow removal from downtown sidewalks with Santoro Services. So in the last year, some major accomplishments were almost $300,000 from Oakland County that will be going towards improving our downtown wayfinding signage and sidewalk repair, making this easier for folks to navigate when they're new in town or giving directions, and then also, even if you're a local resident, making it easier to walk or roll around on our sidewalks, however you need to get around downtown Ferndale. We coordinated 15 events within the downtown. These included our 9 on 9 concert series, also Santa at Schiffer Park, Downtown Day, and Trick or Treating. And this does not include the other major events that Ferndale is known for, including Pig and Whiskey, DIY, and Funky Ferndale. Those are privately organized, but they are hosted in downtown Ferndale. We also introduced 3 new public art installations. We refreshed 2 others within our downtown footprint. And then this month, actually, still ongoing, we are hosting our first annual Art March, celebrating the art and creative spirit throughout Ferndale for the month of March. We were awarded $2,600 in competitive funding from Main Street Oakland County. This included $600 in recognition for our downtown beautification because of our public art program. So we hope to continue that momentum, being the things that people see and love about downtown Ferndale. I included an extra slide for those who may or may not be as familiar with our TIF district and what that means. We have a tax increment financing model. So you see on the map here, there are 2 boundaries around what is considered our downtown that was established since 1981. The green is the extent of our full DDA boundary. So when we talk about our DDA municipal establishment, it can go all the way to the extent of the green boundary, but the red district in the middle is what is considered for our TIF funding. So this is the primary source of our funding. This is a capture for a portion of the property taxes within that red district that are allocated to the DDA to manage for reinvestment in the downtown. It's worth noting that because we are a DDA, these do get reinvested in the downtown only. If they were to be eliminated through our TIF or eliminated through our DDA, they would largely, a significant portion, about a third, would go back to the county and other taxable entities. So it's not that the city would recoup 100% of that funding, about a third would leave and go somewhere else, whereas right now we do have the obligation to reinvest that within our TIF in downtown. Also, because we are a DDA, this opens us up to a significant amount of funding through our Main Street accreditation, which would require a non-government entity to manage a downtown. Right now, as a DDA, we serve in that. So if we were not in place, something else would have to be in place in order to get access to this national funding. That can be, depending on certain estimates, up to $100,000 in value between public support programs and then access to private grant opportunities. And then we also, as a select next generation community, we are receiving $17,000 this year from Main Street Oakland County alone. As far as our trends in expenditure, we do need to provide a few more last-minute adjustments for our FY25 expenditure, some things that we expect to carry over into fiscal 26. I'm going to talk about those in further detail, but the spike that you see coming in 26 is going to be largely our wayfinding and sidewalks repair program. That's a little over $700,000. There's also some larger capital expenditure that we're expecting, and then the groundwork for some other large strategic planning. So the spike is a one-time spike for now. We do currently have a surplus in our DDA fund, again, because we are obligated to spend money within our district, we do get to carry a reasonable fund balance, provided that we have a plan for how to spend that. So we are carrying a significant amount of money right now, but you can explore our possibilities plan that's posted online for some of the things that are coming we expect in the near future. And as we have those firmed up and get budgets and approval from not only our board, but also the community and our downtown community on how to spend that, you will see some increases in our outlying years as we have firm plans on how to spend that money. And I'll talk about that as part of our TIF plan.
Jenny, before you leave that slide, the revenue going down from 2025 to 2026 and then down into 2027, could you explain a little bit about that?
I'm going to look at our finance director for some assistance on this, but my understanding is largely due to the property tax values.
And actually, she's correct. We projected, just as with the regular property tax, the DDA property tax will be affected by the override because that money will no longer be captured. So if we are successful in May, then we will, of course, adjust the projections. But right now, it's based off of that Headley expired.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So to that point, sorry, Jenny. So to that point, that means that if Headley passes in May and we get these things updated, we should not expect to see moving into a deficit in the out years, because right now we are proposing a budget in the DDA fund that shows a deficit, both a structural deficit. So we can't.
Well, keep in mind as well, as was already discussed, it's showing a deficit because there's use of fund balance.
Correct.
Yeah, but in fiscal 28 and 29, the fund balance becomes negative fund balance. The fund balance is spent below zero, which we're not adopting a budget that does that. So either we need to rework the numbers in the out years and make some cuts to keep it there, but we're not doing a budget that has a negative fund balance in it. That's not going to happen. So let's work on that.
And just as a different snapshot here to give more insight on our strategy, it is very much in line with the city. We do get a lot of our guidance from the city and then also with input from our downtown stakeholders. This is a model that is used by Main Street National called the 4 Points, with a focus on our organizational sustainability, promotion, and how we market the downtown, economic vitality of the businesses that are in the downtown, and also economic vitality of the community that surrounds the downtown, and then design, how we're active in branding, and then design, making sure that things are inclusive and also aesthetic whenever possible. So these are capturing some of the things that we are actively working on or laying plans to work on in the very near future. For planned costs, our largest major project is going to be the wayfinding and streetscapes. We do have a partial expenditure of this that's expected still in fiscal 25. We're going to be contracting with a specialist firm to conduct input sessions with the community. It's important for us to design with the community what they want to see, how they want to see it, what they feel like the downtown brand looks like to them, and something that is shareable for them, and that looks nice to others who are coming into downtown Ferndale for the first time or even for repeat times. So this will be kicking off still in the spring, with most of that input session happening throughout the summer. And then we're also going to have the next springtime, likely March and April, the actual concrete work. It'll be the fabrication of any signage that is aligned, and then installation with that concrete work. As a little bit more of a preview, we are looking for supplemental funding for this program. Our intention is to expand along Woodward as well. James touched on this earlier with some of the sidewalk funding. Right now, our scope is limited to 9 Mile based on the funding that we had available, but we're looking for transit-oriented supplemental funding that would allow us to help those Woodward businesses as well. It would also increase the consistency of the sidewalk quality, so you're not, 9 Mile is nice and Woodward still needs work. We have that in mind. This is just what we have right now that we can attest to. As far as our downtown maintenance contract, this is held with DPW, and it's broken out about a little over $200,000 with labor and maintenance expenses, and then about $30,000 with various material costs. This includes our flowers, decorative plant installations, the holiday decorations, things that make it look vibrant and seasonal throughout the year. We are working this year to introduce more native species throughout the downtown. This is done with the intention of being lower maintenance to reduce our maintenance cost, and also it'll be increased coverage. These will be perennial plants instead of annuals that will still look nice but require less maintenance. So it's really important for us to balance that. People love to see bright flowers. Those bright flowers are expensive and sometimes complicated to maintain, but so we want something that looks nice and is still, again, mindful and sustainable. We're also exploring supplemental partnerships to make sure that we're using any contracted maintenance labor with the appropriate skill level. So if it's something that we need higher skilled specialists to do, we work on that. But if it's something that is maybe easier to outsource, like just trash pickup and street cleanup, that is something that we're exploring as well. And we will be issuing an RFQ, or excuse me, an RFP for services this April before we renew our contract with DPW. I will emphasize again, though, they are great partners with us, and it's really great to have them with the shared goals of keeping downtown really nice in the community where they work and live as well. With the sanitation and a capital expenditure, part of our downtown maintenance and keeping it clean and sightly is ensuring that people have an easy and identifiable way to dispose of trash when they have it in their hand. So right now we have a mix of a lot of different receptacles downtown. Some of them are in not as great condition. Some of them are not really designed to be used to the extent that they're being used in downtown in terms for people putting trash in them or them being serviced by a professional company. So we are looking this year to replace that throughout downtown. This would allow people to see down the street within a really reasonable direction. How close do I have to walk to get to a can? And I know that I can put something in it, and then that can will also be easily serviced by car trucking or whoever that sanitation contract goes to. We have a pilot program that we are flagging $45,000 for right now. This is going to be in support of the developments on Vester. While Vester Avenue is under construction with the Vester Flats, we recognize that could be a challenge, to say the least, on the businesses that use that current private parking, and also just to keep visibility and foot traffic during construction period. So we are exploring other grant opportunities to supplement this. We're really hopeful about some additional funding to help with this pilot parking program that we will be doing with Park Ferndale. But if that changes, we can always repurpose that funding, and we will continue to look for creative ways to service all of those businesses that we love on Vester Avenue and in the northeast quadrant. And then lastly, the snow removal, we had pretty good success with that this year. It was the first time in a long time that we have done it outside of a DPW contract. So it is something that people responded to well. We are looking to improve that service. And we have a little bit more experience on how to manage it this year. So we expect that to continue and improve as we pursue that in the future. Questions? Okay. With our strategic planning, this is a one-time majority cost, majority one-time cost. Because we are a TIF district, we are responsible to provide a plan for our development expenditure. This is a pretty lengthy and regulated process. It's not something that we can really undertake ourselves and do through the course of a few meetings. There's a lot of prescriptive steps that have to be overseen, and then legal guidance about this, because it defines how we can spend our money for the next 10 to 20 years. Our current TIF plan is from 2012, and it expires in 2032, so we're getting a little bit of a leg up on this, and we're also using our recent possibilities planning that was done around 2020 to inform that. So this will just be a good opportunity for us to take inventory of what do we have that's working well, what do we need to be focusing on, what is our long-term strategy. And again, in those outer years, we expect to identify partnerships with the city of Ferndale and with other regional and local entities on what we can do to maximize the value of downtown. Additionally, I will emphasize we do not plan to spend $75,000 on advertising. This is not the intention there, but we do realize that we need to understand how to market the downtown as a whole. This includes things like our commercial mix, understanding the rental analysis, what kind of rates are being charged for tenants, what kind of businesses can afford to be in downtown. And this is our responsibility as a DDA invested in our development. to understand this so that we can recruit anything that helps that product mix, and we can make sure that we have all the framework in place to help businesses thrive in downtown Ferndale. This is good for our downtown economic vitality, and it's good for folks who live around downtown because it increases the value of their properties and homes for being proximate to such a great place. So once we have a little bit more of that, we will be using that and how we're using that information to really segment our marketing. How do we attract people to downtown versus any other alternatives they might have, such as other communities, malls, or online shopping? Placemaking, for those who are not familiar, is kind of a fun word that basically takes into account how we're considering public spaces, whether it's investment, management, repurposing of public spaces or public-facing spaces. So this is what we kind of consider the vibes of downtown. If we're the vibe managers, these are our vibe levers that we can change. This is going to be including the pilot program for facade improvements. This will be a joint partnership that we see with Downtown Development Authority funding with property owners and tenants to invest in their property in a public-facing way that increases that value. So this is helping us to support those who are interested in reinvesting in downtown and making their space adaptable for the economy, for their business to grow, whatever is needed on their part. We also expect to roll in part of our public art funding with this. Right now, we've only been able to do fully public-facing murals, but this is something that if other businesses realize the value of having creativity and artistic expression, making them a destination to go, if they're willing to undertake some of that cost, we can help to match them and incentivize that in downtown in different ways. We will be continuing our 909 concert series and also relaunching part of our patio zone. This is the social district for pay and take it outside for beverages throughout downtown. And then just looking for a few other creative ways to make downtown more appealing, to really set that ambiance. So if you want to spend an afternoon somewhere strolling, come to Ferndale. And then last two things, just including our social media management. We've reached more than 15,000 followers on Instagram, and it's comparable followers on other platforms. So this is a great way for us to promote the downtown and the businesses that are in our downtown. And we will be looking to continue our partnership with Oakland Thrive and providing any other kinds of small business services that we can help them with to ensure that they continue to thrive in downtown. Any further questions? Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Bruce Campbell. On the Park Ferndale team. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Looks like our first slide here is the annual parking fee rates. This slide, let me go to our overview first. I'm sorry. So the parking department oversees all parking operations in the city of Ferndale. From payment systems to revenue collections out of the machines, meter maintenance for the machines that we have on the lots and on the street, parking enforcement, and parking permitting. We have an office in the dock garage. Our office, we have staff working from 8 a.m. to midnight, Monday through Saturday. We have office hours from a customer service standpoint. People can walk into our office all day, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., 5:30 p.m. It's myself, we have, from a staffing standpoint, myself, we have an operations manager, a customer service office assistant, a maintenance person, and 5 people who write tickets. And our maintenance staff also writes tickets. The maintenance person is, so the ticket writing and the meter collections, that's self-explanatory. The maintenance person that we have performs maintenance in the garages. In the garage, performs some maintenance on the lots, and to include maintenance on the kiosks themselves when they're malfunctioning, as well as minor signage issues from time to time. As far as our enforcement staff, the duties and what they, their primary function is writing citations. We write approximately 30,000 citations annually, and that fluctuates some, but it doesn't fluctuate that much from year to year. The value of our on those citations range anywhere from $450,000 to $500,000 a year. That's not all realized revenue. The court collects the greatest portion of that, but I think the payment rate is somewhere around 80% of all citations written we actually collect on, and the others go to collections or whatever the case may be. The court dismisses a certain percentage of them as well, and I don't see those numbers. They're not in my budget, but I'm sure you guys have access to that. If you need it, I can find that information. We're forecasted to generate about $2,015,000 in paid parking. That's on street and in the surface lots. About $236,000 in permit fees, and that's annual as well. We generally have about, in our payment system, about 600,000 transactions annually, and there's a considerable amount of maintenance that we work with our service providers to maintain our systems as well. Let me go to major accomplishments. One of the major accomplishments that we've been working on for the last year, actually, and James K. reminds me all the time, we got to hurry up and get this done, is our transition to from pay by space to pay by plate. We've run into a couple of issues that have set us back from a timeline standpoint, but we expect to have that implemented before summer, and we owe council a presentation on the transition itself, an update. I presented last year, and we'll present again just to give you an update of what that'll look like and some of the steps and infrastructure that is needed to roll this out. And we hope to have this done by May, by at least the end of May. But there's a signage component to this that we're working on now, and I'm working with DPW on exactly how we roll this out. So there's more to come on that. One of the other major accomplishments that we achieved last year and that we just recently implemented was a reduction in merchant processing fees. So merchant processing fees are fees that, from a customer standpoint, you don't generally see. It's simply what it costs to process a credit card transaction. That's either via a mobile payment from somebody's cell phone or a payment at the kiosk. That got fully implemented, the transition from our old service provider to the one we're using now for the parking system. That was implemented recently, and we haven't really been able to measure those results yet, but we expect that savings to be somewhere around $50,000 annually. And we haven't finished trying to figure out ways to make those reductions. I think there's some other ways we can, some other things we can do to reduce costs, operating costs. So I'll go back to that first slide, which is hourly parking rates from 2024 through 2026. We are not requesting an increase in parking fees this fiscal year. We request increases in the hourly parking fees every 2 years. We put a plan together in 2022 or 2023, Phil, 22, to meet a state mandate to basically, make sure that we're not in a fund deficit according to the state guidelines for the type of fund that we are. So the increases that, I said all that to say, the increases that we're recommending are consistent with that plan, and there's no planned increase for hourly parking this year. I just wanted to mention that. Parking revenues and expenditures. Revenues, actually, this graph shows revenues and projected revenues over the next 5 years. The expense line it seems inflated. I think the majority of that, the difference between the expenses and the revenues are associated with debt service, depreciation expense, and interest expense. All of those which don't necessarily have to do with the operation of the facilities, but they are real numbers, except for I would point out that the depreciation expense is not an expense. It's about $1 million annually. It's not an expense that we actually pay out, but it's an accounting, and maybe Phil might elaborate on this, but it's an accounting mechanism that's in place for all debt-related infrastructure that we have.
It's the depreciation on the actual building because it is an asset. It does have to be depreciated. When we did our deficit elimination plan in 22, that was one of the items that the state actually noticed that we had not included in our overall expenditures. And so we went back and we included that number. In the first couple of years, like I said, it was included in the audit, but it wasn't included in the original deficit elimination plan. And so it is a non-cash item, but it is an item that has to be reported because it does affect the balance sheet and the fixed asset amount that it's valuated at. So it's not an expense that can go away, but it is not, like as Bruce said, it's not an actual cash expenditure. It's a book entry.
Yeah, and I'll add to that as well. If you look at the net revenue and expenditure for future years, the net is less than the actual depreciation expense. So we wouldn't be experiencing an actual cash loss. It would just be an on-paper loss.
Yeah, I'm going to have an offline conversation, Phil, with you and Colleen, and I'm just curious about why we have to carry the depreciation expense on our expense budget. I don't carry depreciation expenses anywhere on the trades budget. It's not part of our expenditure budget, so I'm just curious why we're being required to here.
And it's based, like I said, it was based on the direction from the Treasury Department.
Sure.
So,
Yeah,
Just
I
so
can
we
share
could
that
ask
with
the
you.
question differently and get a different answer.
That's my wondering, is if we could ask the question differently and get a different answer. Yeah, because that's, we can explain it a million ways, but it looks a certain way to a person who looks at it and goes, oh my gosh, we have this big deficit. It's a balance sheet situation, which has nothing to do with the city's cash flow or operational abilities. But nevertheless, I'm just curious why the treasury would be making us carry that as an expense line item. So we'll talk offline.
Auto parking capital expenses next here. So auto capital, our capital expenses, I listed as one of the items that were that we're going to ask for funding for is parking lot repairs and reconstruction. Annually, James and I will get together, or James will tell me what we are going to have repaired. And this total amount is what I requested in my CIP request. Don't have an expectation that we'll get it all, but we do need on an annual basis to make repairs to the pavement, make repairs to the curbs, make repairs to different items in the parking lot. So that's a coordinated effort, and again, not all of it, but hopefully we get funding for part of it. The next item on my list is for our parking kiosks. This $60,000 will actually complete our inventory needed of new kiosks to transition the entire system from our legacy kiosks to new, better performing kiosks. So that's what the $60,000 kiosk number is. And then the floor scrubber James talked about earlier, I submitted a CIP request for this. We don't have one now. I know James has plans to, or has requested funding for the city to have this type of device, and we can certainly share that device. But we need one, or we need to have that capacity in the garage especially, because there is a best practice that we want to adhere to of making sure we sweep it on a regular basis. And here, this slide, I think I took a little different approach than some other folks on what we're showing here. This slide, what I was doing is just simply looking at that fund balance, looking at the expenses year over year, and wanting to explain the difference between 2024 and 2025. And, this isn't, except for the debt service principal, these other things will not carry over year to year. The capital outlay that is in this current budget includes a meter purchase or kiosk purchase, includes a certain amount for signage, includes a certain amount for dot camera improvements, and some of this won't carry over into the next budget. So that is the reason why I listed these items. I think anybody have questions for the parking?
Did you say dot camera improvements? Did I just catch that?
Camera, infrastructure improvements,
Within the parking structure?
Within the parking structure,
What kind of camera improvements do we need?
Well, there are certain places within the garage that don't have camera coverage. And so we requested funds to add those cameras, basically, where we don't have where we don't have coverage.
That makes sense. Thank you.
So our next topic is water and sewer. What do you all think? Let's just plow through it and get through it? Okay. All right. Let's go.
Okay, so water and sewer is a big one. The water and sewer rates, look, 5 years ago, 2022, council adopted a 9.8% annual increase. You can see that there, beginning with the water unit, which 116 is based on 1,000 cubic feet of water, which is, I don't want to do the math, but I think it's 7,480 gallons, just so people understand what a cubic foot is, or 1,000 cubic foot is. And if you wonder why it's going up 9.8, I'll get into that. But this water and sewer is reliant on a lot of outside costs. Program-wise, we have the lead service line replacement program, water main replacement program, sewer improvement program, sewer televising, sewer and water lid replacements. And I mentioned that because it seems like it can't be that expensive, but we do have so many lids that cost of that project is about $500,000 once a year, or once every 50 years, but we haven't done it in 60 years. So that is a one-time expense. But we also have the pump station, booster station, and a 3 million gallon storage tank. All of these things do require maintenance and improvement. And there is a big problem if we have catastrophic failure in our water and sewer system. All of those systems are relying on material and goods increases, so that's copper. Copper is a big one. Ductile iron for our water mains, meters, hydrants, parts that we don't obviously manufacture in-house and do tend to go up higher than the regular rate of inflation. GLUA sets the water rates, sewage treatment rates, and the county sets the sewage transmission rates. So all that information, and simply put, we're reliant on pricing from outside of our organization. So the goals for this was to hit the fund balance target and to have a predictable annual rate increase versus a reactive rate increase, so you're seeing a even amount for the next 5 years as opposed to up, down, up, down. So overview of water and sewer 592. Again, training, conferences, vehicles, and equipment, that's always familiar. Again, as I mentioned, materials, lead service line replacement, water main, and sewer programs are all within this budget as well. For personnel, there is a large hit here. A large percentage of our work does go into water and sewer, so the director, admin manager, customer service are a split percentage. Finance has a CSR for water billing, it comes out of this fund. Project manager, which typically 100% of his work, with the exception of when he helps with the sidewalk program, is doing lead service line related work. So his staff position is funded out of here. GIS tech, which is open, was traditionally funded out of water and sewer has 6 FTE laborers. Major accomplishments for the year, we did 500 replacements and 1,000 verifications last year. We've averaged about 500 to 600 for the last 4 years. 4,000 linear feet of sewer main were lined or will have been lined by July 1. 1,800 linear feet of new water main will be installed as well, and those are both this construction season's programs. Cost efficiency, so we partnered with the EPA through the GLOW initiative to do a door knock campaign that reached out to thousands of residents and got information on roughly 500 to 600. Those internal verifications help us prioritize. Anytime we found lead means that we don't have to do a vector verification, which is more expensive. So anytime we found lead, that is a cost savings for us. And this construction season, we'll be doing additional, I believe the number is 300 vector verifications through the EPA program that we are not paying for as well. Those have a price of about $325 per, typically through our contract pricing. So that's a great cost savings and a partnership. They're working on other things that aren't necessarily cost efficiency, but we're benefiting from that partnership greatly. So emergency LSLR pricing through the SACWA contract, that is one that doesn't seem as noticeable, but it shouldn't go unnoticed. We, a few years ago, decided to use the SACWA contract, which is the Southern Oakland County Water Authority. It's a smaller group made up of some of the members of SACWA, and they get really good pricing because they're bundling work together. We piggybacked off of that contract to get better pricing for emergency LSLR. So these are unplanned. Sometimes we have a leaky service or a curb stop. We go, we dig it up, we find that it's lead. You cannot connect copper to lead. That's a violation of the lead and copper law. So we use D'Angelo which is the plumber through SACWA's contract to do this, and we get a better rate because we're partnered with SACWA on that. LSLR contract extension, so the planned LSLR work is also based off of an extension using 2023 pricing, which is not something we would have seen for the last 2 years had we went out to bid. So water and sewer trends. Revenue, again, is consistent. We've held 9.8 rate increases throughout this process. A large part of the water and sewer expenses, again, are the programs. All of these programs are, I always say that roadway projects, until you see a pothole, you don't realize how much money goes into maintaining roads. And with subsurface work, like water, sewer, and lead service line, average person does not realize what is being done, but what is being done is very important and it's very expensive. So this year, water main improvement program is targeting water main segments on Brickley, Mahan, and Shevlin at about $1.9 million. Sewer improvement program, which I'll be presenting on Monday, for this fiscal is $361,000. We actually bid out 2 years worth of work in phases to begin July 1, the second phase, which I'll talk about why we did that a little bit on Monday. Lead service line replacement program is about $2.5 million ask for the next 10 years. And we need clarity on financing. We're scaling back this year in lieu of that to make sure that we hit our EGLE mandate, because there is a mandated amount that we have to perform. And we're probably going to be a little closer to the minimum for 2026, and then we'll RFP with financing determined for fiscal year 2027. And I'll just mention that that is something that we will have to catch up on, which means if we do less, and we are, we'll need to do more over the course of the program to catch up. So the CCTV truck and camera, this is about $285,000. This is something that needs to happen. Our technology is old at this point, doesn't work well anymore because it's technology. And technology turnover is pretty quick, but we are probably going to defer that to make sure that we hit our LSLR numbers this year.
Well, through the chair, and I think that's our original equipment, right? We purchased that back in 2015?
That sounds right, and it's, yes, 10 years old at this point. We did not purchase a dedicated truck with it, so we have, I mean, it's basically, simply put, it's a camera that can go in a sewer with like a little rover robot, and then there's a computer in a Econoline van on a desk.
Before that, we used to, because I remember that was part of, when I first came on council, that was part of our conversations, was we used to rent equipment, and you know, based on how much we were spending on renting it, it just made more sense for us to buy it long-term, so.
Yep, yeah, and then, yeah, at that point we were crawling, then we started to walk, and now we want to run. So we want to get, eventually here we want to get something that's modern technology that works in a sewer van and a truck that's equipped to actually do that, and that's the sole purpose, instead of converting an Econoline to make it work. So, but that is something that will likely have to be deferred to make sure that hit our LSLR numbers. And then other notable changes are Vector, which is, we'll talk about fleet a little bit. That is a piece of equipment that is scheduled, I believe, to be replaced every 10 years. We're going to push that to 12 years, make it work. And then we're going to also defer to 2029 backhoe replacement 4740. And that's an issue or a measure that we're kind of pushing back one piece of equipment because it's going to end up being a backup, and we do have a newer backhoe. So if we can make this one last 12 years, 13 years, it makes sense to do so. And lead service line funding, just wanted to point out, you know, we've talked about this a few times. We do an annual update. So the current lead line replacement funding will be depleted by June. We all kind of know where we're at. Council will have to determine a way to finance the project going forward. I'll just just as a reminder, we used the state revolving loan fund. We spent about $3.5 million a year for 3 years to do roughly 1,800, and that's the cost. We have potentially 4,000 left and 10 years to do it, so that is a large number. Yeah, and then the water and sewer main improvements and the CIPP funding were all presented to council that we've recently gotten approval for, with the exception of CIPP that will be on Monday's agenda. And those are all factored into the existing rate proposal.
Any questions for James? No? Okay. Well, moving right along, we're getting towards the end. Just to summarize, key takeaways from what we've talked about today. Oh, it's decided to stop working for me. Just move it along for me. Thanks. Maybe it timed out or something. Key takeaways from what we discussed today. Obviously, you heard about some deferred maintenance and deferred capital projects. Most of them come with a recommendation of staff. Others, obviously, if funding situation was different, there are things we'd like to be able to accomplish. We also talked about unfilled positions and just general operating cost savings. That's something we're going to continue to be looking at. It's, as I shared earlier, something that I anticipate will continue to come up during the actual budget year itself. So I anticipate there'll be more changes maybe than is common for the city in this particular budget cycle because of that. That does push out, in a lot of cases, our risk management balancing point when we are deferring maintenance and capital costs. So that is something we have to keep an eye on. And you'll note in most cases we try to keep the unexpected or emergency repair line items a little bit higher to account for that fact. But, positive side of things, I do think there are some new financing strategies that we can pursue in the year ahead that I've already started to lay the groundwork with staff about, which could help ensure that continuity of operations. So little teasers, some things that I think you'll see coming down the line. We've talked about a two-phased approach to our investment strategies. Right now the city has kind of a very standard long-term investment strategy, dollars that you don't touch frequently and the interest that you accrue on that. But I've had success in other communities with a short-term investment strategy too for our day-to-day dollars. So moving money on a monthly basis and just monitoring cash flow as needed so that everything else that we have sitting in a bank account is earning interest for us. Additionally, looking at possibly developing a vehicle equipment replacement fund to help normalize the cost of vehicle expenditures over time. I noticed year to year, the amount you spend on vehicles fluctuates dramatically, but you have a very good system of accounting for your vehicle needs and your replacement schedule. So be very straightforward to just develop a standard rate across that time period to normalize the effect. In some years, some funds will pay more than they get out of it, but the idea is over time, you are making it very easy to determine what your costs will be. And then another thing is developing a similar strategy for facilities maintenance. That is something that you can easily assess to individual buildings, to individual funds, and develop a similar 10, 15, 20-year strategy and fund accordingly to normalize costs over time. Those are things that will take a little time. They're obviously the creation of new funds, so not something I anticipate having within the next 2.5 weeks, although it's been an absolute pleasure speed running the budget the last 2 weeks on the job. But just kind of laying the groundwork that, yes, there are some things in here that we had to cut to make it work, but I am extremely hopeful that with changes and with the support of voters, we can continue to provide a high level of service. And last slide, next steps. So April 14th, we'll have our first reading. That's where you'll see the changes, any changes we discussed today. So making final tweaks to grants, updating all of the proposed year-end dollars for FY25. We'll receive feedback from you all in the community again at that point. April 28th would be the budget adoption And then I actually think maybe that's supposed to be May 12th, but the second week of May, the budget books will be available, and the fiscal year obviously begins July 1. I'm hopeful to add maybe a couple steps to the budgeting process next year, move up the timeline a little bit so that there's more opportunity for council to weigh in before we get to this draft budget phase. But those are all things that we can kind of talk about as we go. It works now. There we go. Any questions?
I will submit my questions in writing.
Oh, I look forward to it.
Well, now we are at the point where it's called audience. Do we have any comments?
Nobody wanted to hang out with us.
No one wanted to hang out with us today. Okay. All right. Anything from council?
Just to, this is the most important thing a council does, any legislative body does. This is our most important responsibility because all of our other stuff can't happen without a budget, So just, thanks everybody for spending time on the weekend, and thanks to the staff for the incredible work to get a draft budget, to us and keep this thing through a lot of change, a lot of turnover and stuff like that. So just, want to make sure we thank you all for that.
That, 2 hours ahead of time. Okay. All right, this meeting is adjourned at 2:11. Thank you very much, everyone.